All right. Hey, so I just ate. Got the got that phlegm in my throat. Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to the stream. Good afternoon, Jonathan. Hello, hello. Welcome. Yes, we are live here, covering the tornado watch that just got issued over here into Missouri, parts of Tennessee, and also going into Kentucky as well. So if you live over here near Metropolis and Paducah, you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. We do have an area, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. And we also got another little storm up here south and east of Carbondale, where we have yet another severe thunderstorm warning over here for 60-mile-per-hour winds that's moving towards Goreville. Also, you can see we have a lot of little storms popping up over here in southeastern Missouri. So far, no real dangerous areas of rotation yet on any of these storms. But that could change as we go throughout the day, and we'll be going over why in just a moment. I do want to kind of go over these storms as well. Further down to the south, no severe thunderstorms on these yet, but we do have thunderstorms extending all the way from Paris, Tennessee, down into Parsons, Clifton, Linden, Dixon. Also, one about to come into Clarksville. Not severe right now, but definitely one worth paying attention to. I think we do have some cameras out over near Clarksville, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we do. We have a camera out over there. That is what the storm currently looks like. Looking like anything too crazy just yet. What about this one? This one should be like in the storm, I think. No, that one's just outside of the storm. What about far away looking back at it? Yeah, you can kind of see some storms out there. But yeah, a little bit of a storm. Special weather statement here with 50-mile-per-hour winds coming into the Clarksville area. So if you guys live out here, make sure that you are at the very least indoors. Nothing too crazy there. Also back over here into Kentucky, we do have a severe thunderstorm warned storm over here with 60-mile-per-hour winds, nickel-sized hail possible, about to head into Russell Springs, EU Bank, Science Hill, and Somerset eventually there. And yeah, we have a tornado watch out over here for Clarksville, Centerville, Linden, Lexington, Parsons, Martin, Union City, Dyersburg, Benton, Mayfield, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Litchfield, Center City, Madisonville, Princeton there in Kentucky, Elizabethtown, Vienna, Jonesboro in Illinois, and then Cape Girardeau, Dexter, Sykeston, and Haiti, Cawthersville, and New Madrid there in Missouri. So I have a couple areas that we need to keep an eye on today over here in the Tennessee Valley. So if you live out, especially in our tornado watch, definitely need you folks to be aware and watching out for tornadoes. And also back over here, we have a severe thunderstorm watch out over here in Kentucky. That's going to be for Irvine, Annville, London, Corbin, Williamsburg, Boonville, and Prestonburg. And thank you, Sandy, for the 5. I do appreciate that. We had no alerts. You are in Clarksville, and it's bad driving home. I mean, there's no alerts because the storm shouldn't be too severe yet. There's a decent amount of thunder and some lightning heading into Palmyra right now. I'm about to head into Clarksville. I don't see any rotation or anything like that, so I don't think you're going to be too bad off there. But you can definitely tell here on our camera out in the Clarksville area that we do have a wall of rain coming into the area. So nothing too crazy, but if you are driving, I would certainly be careful. Slow your roll a little bit. Try to avoid hydroplaning if you can. Even a little bit of rain can cause some hydroplaning out there. So just slow your roll on the roads a little bit, and I think you'll be all right. But yeah, so that's what it looks like over there in Clarksville. So also, we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued out over here near Brewston and Camden here in Tennessee. That is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Hey, Ellen, welcome. Welcome. Also back over here in northern Alabama, we also have some scattered thunderstorms developing. These are more of your typical summer-like convection. Nothing. I'm not expecting anything too crazy with any of these storms down here in Alabama. Might get some small instances of hail and maybe a couple instances of severe weather down there as well. Oh, wow. So they did just throw a severe thunderstorm warning on this storm for Clarksville. So it looks like you were right, Sandy. Yeah, you were definitely right. That maybe it was a little bit more intense than our warnings were saying. So there you go, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Clarksville, Pleasant View, and Coopertown. You guys need to be indoors and well away from those windows. All right, so we do have a little bit of a surprise kind of tornadic environment out here, to be honest. Not many people were thinking that that was going to be a big deal today. And I don't think we have any changes to our. Yeah, we do actually have a change to our tornado threat as well. We have a little bit of a 5%. Out over here near Carbondale, Cape Girardeau, Sykeston, Paragould, Blytheville, Union City, Jackson, Murray, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Cookville, Nashville, Franklin, Columbia, Lawrenceburg, Shelbyville, and Dixon are all in that 5% tornado risk. And we also have a decent 5% tornado risk out here further off to the west. Not an enhanced risk out there. So it looks like the main thing we're going to be watching out for is some damaging winds and a little bit of an elevated tornado potential. So far, not seeing many storms with that potential right now, but we do got to keep our eyes on some of these more prefrontal cells and also some of these cells that could be associated with a little bit more of an organized system. Also, back over here near Richmond and Berea, just had another severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds issued out there for you guys. So watch out for that. Let's go back and watch that severe thunderstorm roll through the area. Oh, yeah. Definitely a little gusty. Yeah, we just started. Is there supercell potential? Yeah, there is out over here. There certainly is. Let's go look at our latest mesoscale analysis for this area and kind of break down what we are expecting. Let me see if I can get a nice slice here. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, so as you can see over here, there's Tennessee. Oops, didn't mean to do that. There's Tennessee. There's Kentucky right there. Illinois. We got a little bit of a MCS back over here on the Missouri and Illinois border. Surface-based Cape, there's plenty out there. I'll tell you what, I was just outside for quite a bit over here in northern Alabama. It is muggy, hot, and miserable. But yeah, we got a little area here where we have a little bit of a boundary setting up in this area. And, as you can see, the lower level shear isn't really that strong over here. Our surface vorticity is maximized near where the storm is. And we also have a little bit of 3 Cape in here. So, those updrafts will be able to stretch pretty easily and to the surface there. And then also you can see that we do have some decent lapse rates out there as well. And our storm relative velocity is kind of on the weaker end here. Effective storm relative velocity is also pretty weak. But as we go throughout the day, we might have a couple isolated areas where that's a little bit more intense. And if we come over here to our surface observations, you can see that our winds are mainly coming out of this direction, and they kind of go all funky here. And I think we have some sort of boundary out over here in the Kentucky, Illinois area where we have these storms setting up. And if they can latch onto that, these storms out over here near like Paducah or this little MCS back over here could latch onto that, could cause a little bit of an issue there for some tornadic potential. Could Denver, Colorado get hit by a tornado today? Don't think so. I think it's a pretty low chance. Wouldn't completely rule it out. I mean, you guys are in a 2%, but the highest tornado chances, I think, in Colorado is going to be here in the southeastern corner of Colorado going into Kansas. And then back over here in Texas, coming out of New Mexico again, potentially having a cell go into Lubbock. But it's not looking as favorable as it was yesterday out over there. A little bit more of a mixed environment. Elliott County in eastern Kentucky. Elliott County, Kentucky. Let me see. Elliott County in eastern Kentucky. You guys aren't even in a severe thunderstorm watch, but you do have a storm nearby. That one is not severe at this moment, though. It looks like our strongest storm in Kentucky right now, at least in eastern Kentucky, is back over here near Richmond and Berea. All right. What about Lexington, Tennessee? Let me see. Lexington, Tennessee. I spelled that horrible. Lexington, Tennessee. There we go. You guys are in a tornado watch. Your storms are off to your east, northeast, though. Not sure if anything's really going to develop past there, so you might just be in the perfect spot to kind of miss this tornado threat here. We'll see. The storms have formed off to your east and are going to move off and away from you. Also for Clarksville, Aaron Dickinson, you guys have one round coming in right now of severe weather and tornado potential, and then you have another round coming in after that behind those storms. Yeah, back over here into Kentucky, heading into Paducah. Still have a decent storm here with that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then this one just got pushed off to the east over here near Goreville, Vienna, Simpson, and New Burnside here in southern Illinois, where we have a broad area of circulation developing south and west of Goreville. Not very strong circulation yet, but sometimes we get these little stronger wind gusts here on the southern side of the storm, and if the storm is oriented right, it can kind of try to wrap up and produce a tornado. Need to worry about Wilmington, North Carolina this weekend. Yeah, there is some severe weather possible. Going into, looks like Wilmington's got a 2% tornado threat going into tomorrow. Day 3, you're got a 15% chance for severe weather going into day 3. Doesn't look significant. I wouldn't worry, but I would have a plan in place to deal with the storms as they come through for sure. Thank you so much for the $2, Tabletop Geek. I do appreciate that. All right, let me see if I can get another view on some of these storms. Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is in Clarksville. That place seems to be getting a little bit more rough out here. Temperature's dropping. Let's check this camera, see if we can find any other views out here. This is Humphreys County EMA. It looks like there are storms in the distance there, but not close enough to see. All right. This one's in this severe thunderstorm in Carroll County. Oh, yeah, this is that Carroll County severe thunderstorm warned storm. Definitely some heavier rain there. We got this one in Paris, Tennessee. See, we got some convection off in the distance. I don't think we have any great views, though, at the moment. Got a lot of cameras close to the storms. None of them really looking at the perfect spot. What about this one? This one looks like it could be an interesting spot. Oh, that's not bad. You can kind of see the storm back in there. Hey, Jenna, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Got a little bit of severe weather out here and potentially a tornado threat, as you can see here in the black outlined area. That is a tornado watch right there. So there's a lot of folks inside of this little area here that need to be watching out for tornadoes. That's in parts of Missouri, going into southern Illinois, going into Kentucky, and then also into northwestern Tennessee. Also just got a new severe update on this. Now they say tornado is possible on this storm near Goreville. What you barking at? Can I get some pants in? Yeah, he's a good boy. Lexington, Kentucky's got a little bit of time. Maybe some storms could fire off to your west, but it's looking like they're going to be off to your east. I think it's Sandy for the 2. Sent you a video from Clarksville on the DMs. All right, let me check that out. This is a video from Sandy. Tried to get it horizontal, but it never flipped. You gotta tilt your head to see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a storm. Thank you for sending that in. That's over here in Clarksville. That's what the conditions are like out there. Thankfully, no dangerous rotation on that storm yet, but definitely some gusty winds of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds are still possible coming into downtown Clarksville and then off to the east towards Adams, Cooperstown, and Pleasant View here in northwestern Tennessee. Anything in the northeast U.S.? We do have some, I think we have a little bit of a threat up here, yeah. Over here, we have slight risk back over here near Springford, Hartford, Lowell. Also over here near Concord, Claremont as well. And then we got some general thunderstorms possible tomorrow. Shouldn't really see much precipitation on day 3. Kind of the latest. But yeah, some severe weather is going to be possible over here. We're going to have these storms kind of popping up. We have a little access of instability out here. Not really expecting much of a tornado threat, but I wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado. Also, some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind should be kind of the standard out here. We get a little bit bigger. Probably the max size that's possible up there is, 1 inch or like 1 point, like golf ball sized hail. Anything in Kansas City, Kansas? I don't think so. No, I think you guys are just outside. Yeah, I mean, you guys have a little bit of a. Oh wow, well, that's day 3. Yeah, you guys have a little bit of a general thunderstorm risk, but that's it. So nothing crazy for today. Tomorrow could be a little bit more active. And the day after that as well. Johnson City, Tennessee. Let me see where that is. Johnson City, Tennessee. Yeah, it's going to be a while before the storms get to you. Let me get over here to our models. That's a little camera nearby you. It looks like your storm should be rolling in by around 7 p.m. Yeah, around 7 p.m. There may be some more rain as you get to like 3 or 4 p.m., but that really shouldn't be severe over there. All right, let's come back. I do want to get this set up over here. Right on. Why isn't that? Hold on, I gotta find it first. Apparently. There it is. And it's all messed up. Fun. Okay, it's an easy fix. Thank you, Oren, for the 5. Thank you so much. Weather tax time. Hoping Evansville, Indiana may get lucky and get some storms. To stay to the south. Gotcha. Yeah, hopefully so. Hopefully so. Western Nashville has been issued for a tornado warning? Not really. That's a tornado watch, not a tornado warning. All right. We do want to check back in on our cameras to see if we got any new things to report. This is Clarksville, Tennessee. Still rainy, but it looks like it's slowly getting a little bit more manageable out over there in Clarksville. Check back over here near Paris. Yeah, still has some thunderstorms off to your west, but it's not quite there yet in Paris, Tennessee. Clear skies out there. Then we got this camera in the path of a storm. Ooh, we actually might get a decent view of this storm. I think I'm seeing some sort of shelf cloud starting to pop out on the bottom right there. This is near Pleasantville. North of Hohenwald, we got a severe thunderstorm warning down here for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, wow, look at that view. This is over here near Centerville, Tennessee. See, we got what appears to be a shelf cloud moving over the camera right now. We have 80,000 watching. That is not true. Sounds like YouTube is glitching out again. Will these storms reach Clinton? Let me see where Clinton is. Clinton, Tennessee. That's not what I meant to do. Clinton, Tennessee. Yeah, they should eventually, yeah. This line will make it over there, probably by around 5 p.m. Let's see what we got to look at. We got this little storm over here near Russellville. I don't think we can use that camera. This is definitely our coolest view for sure. All right. Let's come back in here, go over our latest severe thunderstorm warnings. So it looks like this one over here near Metropolis, Brookport, and Paducah is about to move just west of Smithland here in a little bit. Still warned for that 60-mile-per-hour winds and also a 1-inch hail. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here for Rosclair, Elizabethtown. They're on the border of Illinois and Kentucky. And then also Carsville and Toulouse here in northern Kentucky. Back over here near Goreville, do have still some gusty winds coming through. Looks like there's little areas of rotation. I've since kind of gotten a little bit weaker there, but if you live in Vienna, New Burnside, and Simpson, I would still be sheltered in place there. Thanks for checking out Clinton, Tennessee. Sure. Yeah. I mean, these storms back over here will eventually make it to Clinton, and we do have some pop-up thunderstorms happening nearby, but your biggest severe threat will probably be once this consolidates more into a line later on today and then moves through. Back over here near Linden, Tennessee, actually seeing a little area of broad circulation now starting to develop here south of Linden, moving into Hohenwald and Centerville. You guys need to watch out for there. Not strong enough, I don't think, to prompt a tornado warning yet. Trying to think what I can do here with our cameras, because we could get street cameras out here, but they're never really that great. I think we're just going to keep on doing this and then just going over to Radar Omega every now and then and checking out the cameras when we're done looking at our severe weather. Also over here near Clarksville, still have some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading off to the east towards Port Royal, Adams, and Pleasant View. That is the latest. How's the weather going to be in Boaz and Albertville? For that, I'm going to need Radar Omega, which for some reason I closed out of. I think Boaz does definitely have some thunderstorm chance. Let me change our outlook. Also, an enhanced risk tomorrow for severe weather. Today, severe weather chances a slight risk, which is a 2 out of 5. We're not expecting tornadoes in Boaz, but some pop-up thunderstorms can't be ruled out. It's going to be very hit or miss, though. You might get some. I think Boaz is, right over here. I mean, it's going to be like, it could go over you, could go beside you, might not even see some thunderstorms at all today. So it's going to be a very hit or miss type of day there in Boaz. All right, let's come back over to here. Now, what I do different? Oh, there we go. And let's come back and check in on our cameras. See if we got any new things to look at. This is over here in Pleasantville, Tennessee. We still got a storm coming in slowly. Not too much to look at, though. This one over here near Clarksville should eventually look pretty cool once it gets in view of this camera. Still not close enough, I don't think, in order for this one to see it very well. Let's come back over here near Paris. I do think we should eventually see. No, I guess not. Oh, I might just miss it. And then this camera should eventually catch some sort of storm as well. Oh, wow. Look at that. Definitely got that sun starting to shine out over here. That instability starting to build up again out in front of this storm. So wouldn't be surprised to see the southern part maybe get a little bit severe Oh, wow. Winds are starting to pick up on this camera. This is in Pleasantville, Tennessee. So, yeah, it looks like that storm is about to come through. That's this one down further to the south near Hohenwald. And, oops, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. This one over here near Hohenwald and Centerville. Still with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but you can see those winds are picking up even out in front of the storm as well. Check Clarksville. Yeah, Clarksville. Looks like your rain is clearing out, but you got another round coming behind that. Back over here. I am expecting, given the fact that we are getting some sunshine out over here, I am expecting this line to get a little bit stronger as we go throughout the day. There. Also, you are in a tornado watch, so there is going to be some potential there for tornadoes eventually. Watching for Bristol, Tennessee tomorrow. Let me see. Bristol, Tennessee. Oh, way over there. Well, you actually might get some. Let me see if those storms will actually make it to you today. So there's Bristol. You actually might get some storms tonight by around like 7 p.m. That rolls through. Unfortunately, we're still waiting for our 18Z to come out. So we might look at tomorrow a little bit more in depth when that does come out. By the way, folks, if you're just now tuning in, this black area out here, that is a tornado watch. So if you live anywhere, back over here near Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Madisonville, Murray, Mayfield, Paducah, Union City, Sykeston, and Cape Girardeau, and also just west of Nashville, you guys need to be watching out for tornadoes. We just had this tornado watch issued pretty recently. What does the blue mean? I'll explain all the colors, actually. So the light blues mean pretty much nothing. The greens mean light rain. The yellows mean a little bit stronger rain. The reds mean a lot stronger rain. And the pinks usually mean very heavy rain or hail. Monroe, North Carolina. We got stuff happening over here. Yeah, nothing's really happening in North Carolina, but eventually something might. Let me see. Yeah, we could have some storms move through like eastern or western North Carolina, like near Asheville, then into Charlotte, potentially, late night, 9 p.m. going into like 12 a.m. Then that fizzles. For you guys out there in North Carolina, you guys do need to keep your eye on tomorrow and then the next day as well, as you have two instances here of some slight risk. It's a 2 out of 5 for severe weather. I do want to give another little severe weather update here really quick. So over here in southern Illinois, we still have the storm moving off to the east towards Vienna. Still not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation along this yet. But the next in line after that is going to be New Burnside and Simpson. And then back over here near northern Kentucky, heading towards Rossaclair and Elizabethtown, still have 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. South of Paducah, still have this storm ongoing. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds in Paducah right now, and then eventually is going to be moving into Smithland next. You can see these storms around here are upscaling quite quickly. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these things can tap into the minimal but technically available shear environment out here, which will cause the storms to spin. Back over here into southeastern Missouri, we still have storms developing out here. Still not seeing any strong winds just yet, but I still wouldn't rule out some severe thunderstorms and maybe some tornado potential back down in there. And then over here near Mayfield, Benton, Murray, have a little bit of a line of storms coming through that portion of Kentucky. None of those are severe yet. Adams, Coopertown, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way here in northern Tennessee. Back over here into just to the south and east of Paris, heading into Big Sandy. We got 60-mile-per-hour winds heading up towards you guys, and then near Centerville and Hohenwald. Still have this storm with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. Also, a little update over here in northern Alabama. We do still have these storms popping up. None of these are severe yet, but I wouldn't rule out some severe thunderstorm activity with these storms, even though it's going to be probably on the weaker side of things. But some heavy rain is entering into northern Huntsville, and we might have a couple more instances of that throughout the day. And that's the latest there. How's Pine Knot, Kentucky looking? Let me see. Pine Knot, Kentucky. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm watch. Your storms are back over here near Somerset. Definitely probably going to see some rain out of the southern portion of the storm. Might see some wind out of it. But as of right now, the storms that are heading closest to you don't really seem too bad right now. Nashville will get hit by hail. It's possible. It's not a guarantee, but it's kind of possible. Definitely a lot of storms nearby you with some hail potential. All right, let's come back and look at the storms again. See what we can see. All right, here's our camera near Humphreys County, EMA. Oh yeah, you can finally see that storm starting to pop up on here. So we should get a view of this storm here shortly. It is near Humphreys County there. Back over near Hohenwald, Tennessee. Looks like the winds are still gusting. The rain really hasn't quite shown up yet on this camera, though. This is the view out of Clarksville. As you can see, things are clearing up for now. But again, you got another line of storms coming back over here. Let me see this if we have it, a view of these storms near Stewart County. Yeah, you can kind of see them. We should get a pretty good view of these storms here eventually as well. Not quite in view there yet. Check this one near Dickinson or near Dixon. Yeah, you can see that that is the actual updraft of one of these storms out here. A little bit of rain back there as well, but that storm is not particularly too intense. Check over here. Oh, wow, look at this storm. You can just see that heavier rain to the right. That is in the city of Tiptonville. There in Kentucky. Nice little view of that storm. Let me check this camera as well. There's Salzburg. I can't quite see that from there yet. And then this one near Sikeston. Yeah, it looks like rain is pulling up into Sikeston, Missouri right now. Seeing much hail bounce off that roof over there. So I don't think this storm is severe yet, but I still think these storms over here in southeastern Missouri do have some severe potential. They're just not quite there yet. And I think that's everything we have to look at. We also have, oh yeah, you can actually see some lightning back over there. This is just east of Clarksville, Tennessee. Kind of see the storm, a little bit of lightning back in there as well. Tornado watch soon across Colorado and Kansas. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. We do have some storms trying to develop out here, and the environment is there. I would say it's more favorable for tornadoes over here in like Colorado and Kansas today. Not as favorable back over here near the Lubbock area. We had stores to the night of 6/5. Nice today in Greenfield, Ohio. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. So is Clarksville having a tornado? I mean, it's technically within the possibilities. You just had a storm come through. You got another round coming. We're keeping an eye on them. You are in a tornado watch. It doesn't mean you're going to guarantee see a tornado, but what it does mean is that you should be, weather aware of any storms that come through your area. There's a baseball game in Louisville. Yeah, there's a baseball game there. As long as they're getting started soon, they should be good to go. Nashville and Clarksville will probably be fine by 5 p.m. Yeah, after these storms come through, I don't really see much of a chance of storms firing back over here, although it is technically possible. If we do get storms fire back over here near Memphis, it could be a little bit longer than that. Is this the quiet before the storm? Maybe. You know, it's a 5% tornado risk, so we're probably not going to see like anything crazy happen, but a couple of tornadoes cannot be ruled out. What are we looking for? What are we looking at for Summersville, Kentucky? Let me see where that is. Got a little while. So you're back over there. Come back over to our model runs. Okay, there's Somerset. Might get some more rain by 6 p.m. Maybe some scattered thunderstorms by 10 p.m., but it doesn't look like anything else more intense. What you just got there in Somerset appears to be the worst of it. I mean, Somerville, sorry. All right, let me look for a couple of, let me see if we have any areas of rotation developing. I guess we have a little bit there near New Burnside, but it's not very strong yet, but I'm keeping an eye on that. And no rotations over there near Calvert City. No rotations down here yet. Let's check over here near the Nashville area. Definitely have some stronger winds developing here near Pleasant View, heading up into Springfield. But no areas of stronger rotation there. So yeah, still looking pretty good out here so far in terms of those rotations. Nashville and Clarksville. Severe thunderstorms are getting stronger, but they are like slowing down. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's going to be like off and on heavy rain here in Nashville for at least the short term. But then your strongest line is probably going to come from this thunderstorm back over here. Will Knoxville, Kentucky get into a tornado watch? Probably not. I think the storms will be pretty weak by the time they get to Knoxville. Wouldn't rule out like a severe thunderstorm warning though. You know, you're in a town next to Clarksville, Virginia, so you're getting a little bit confused. Understand. Understandable. All right, let's come back. Check in on our cameras. See what's out there to look at. Oh, yeah. There's a storm coming in slowly here into Humphreys County. Look at that. And we'll get a better view of that as that comes closer. Let's check out this camera. This camera should have a pretty cool view here eventually. Yeah, you can still see that storm is just kind of shrouded still by some haze, but by the time that storm gets closer to this, should get a better view shortly. Let me check this camera. This one could. Oh yeah, that one's that one. What else we got to look at? We got a storm over here near Tiptonville. Definitely some decent convection happening back over here. Near Union City, we have a developing storm. Wow. Look at that. Another little storm over there. That's pretty cool. Be able to see that. What about these guys? They could be looking at the back of a storm potentially. That one's got a view of a cornfield. Then over here, east of Clarksville, still have this camera. Yeah, it looks like there's just going to be too much rain to see this storm, unfortunately. It doesn't really have much of an organized base to that storm yet. And then here's the view out of Nashville. You see nothing too crazy is happening, but we do have some convection around you. You kind of see those storms bubbling off in the distance there. This camera over here in Pleasantville looks like it is now inside of this storm. You can definitely see those winds are picking up out over here in Pleasantville as the storm comes through. Again, this is in Tennessee there. I think that's, yeah, it's a severe warn storm there. Come back over to this one. Get a view of the storm as it comes in. Tennessee's a pretty state. It is. It is a really nice state. It's got some, central city hubs like Nashville, but other than that, there's a lot of nice nature, especially in like Eastern Tennessee. It's beautiful in Eastern Tennessee. It's coming towards North Carolina, but I don't think the storms will be too strong as they go into North Carolina. A little bit more of an elevated chance for that tomorrow, though. Yeah, it looks like a painting. This storm looks like Bob Ross painting. Today be a tornado outbreak? Probably not. I can see a couple tornadoes happening in Colorado. I can see a couple tornadoes being possible in Tennessee, like Kentucky. But it's a pretty conditional chance, in my opinion. And then I can see maybe a couple of weaker tornadoes trying to occur in like Texas, south of Lubbock. Yeah, Nashville is fine right now. As you can see, like here's Clarksville. Clarksville is also doing fine. Your storm is cleared out, but you do have a storm back off to your west that is coming your way. We should be able to get a view of that shortly from this camera and get an understanding of just how strong it is before it goes into Clarksville. You can see we are starting to see it. We still got a little bit of haze there, but we should get a nice, I think we're going to get a really nice shelf cloud here probably within the next 5 minutes. Let's come back over to here and do another little severe weather update. Check out our storms. Yeah, back over here in New Burnside. Looks like that little area of rotation has kind of died off there, but still some potentially up to 60 mile per hour winds heading into Simpson here shortly. Back over here just to the south of Elizabethtown in northern Kentucky. This is still heading towards Toulouse and Sheridan and Irma there. For 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds. Also got this storm moving off to the east. Not sure if they're going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning into Salem yet because they haven't updated that in quite a while. Back over here, just north of Nashville, we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for those 60 mile per hour winds. Looks like hail is not too big of an issue yet. That is moving towards Springfield, Greenbrier, Cross Plains, Orlinda, and Adairville. I'm noticing a couple little areas here of some circulation here. Not very strong yet. But still keeping an eye on that. Sometimes when you get a little bit of those stronger wind gusts, they can get a little bit more dicey. Back over here near Kentucky Lake near Erin in Tennessee. We do have this storm moving off to the north and east towards Erin. That has now been warned for 60 mile per hour winds. So if you live in Erin, Tennessee, watch out. Back over here near Hohenwald, where we just saw that severe thunderstorm warning. It had a little area broad rotation earlier, but that has since died off. That's moving there just south of Centerville. And this looks like we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning up here into northern Alabama. That's going to be for Rogersville, Athens, and Elkmont. Not seeing much rotation there, but it looks like 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail is going to be an issue for that storm. It looks like I'm going to be able to see a storm potentially here shortly from my house. And that is currently what we're seeing back over there. Not really seeing anything overly sticking out to me as super tornadic here. But we'll keep an eye on it. Eerie. Let's come back. Let's come back and look at our cameras. We could see some pretty cool things on this, I think. Like once this gets in range, I think there's going to be I think I can barely see a really nice shelf cloud back in there. What color table do I use? Color table setting for radar. That's the Hall, the Ryan Hall color table. I'm not sure who used that color table first. But apparently Ryan and I used the same color table. I did not know that. I'm gone. I'm still here. Oh, the spammer. Yeah. Yeah, we got spammer. We got the spammer out quick. How's this rain versus snow versus hail? For hail, it's let me see if I can draw. Maybe we can draw while we look at a camera view. Wouldn't that be pretty cool? No, we can't. But yeah, so it's all one for snow. It's you need freezing temperatures near the surface, and cold temperatures aloft. When that rain falls through and you need some forcing, right? So some divergence of law. That causes the storms to convect a little bit, brings that moisture up. It's freezing all the way throughout the atmosphere. So it falls as snow. For hail, the surface of the ground is like 80 degrees, right? And so, the freezing level is pretty low. I think we're about to get a pretty good view here. Not quite there yet. Let's come back over to this camera. Here, Humphreys County. It looks like that rain is about to move into, about to move into Waverly. It looks like still some decent winds over here into Hohenwald, Tennessee. I have a view of this one near Clarksville. Yeah. This is just east of Clarksville. So we're getting some heavier rain. Trees really aren't moving too much, though. And I still think these ones could eventually get a pretty good view, but interesting clouds over there, but I don't think that that's really associated with much. Yeah, that's what it looks like across there. I think this is going to definitely be our best camera eventually. And you can see that shelf cloud is moving in quite well there. You can just barely see it. Once that haze really starts to clear out, we should get a really good view of that. Is the hail color still paywalled on weather-wise? What a Freiberger color. I mean, if you want to, it's called the Viper HD color table. That's the way I knew it as, and so you can go like into Radar and go drop your own files there. It's a little bit difficult, but yeah, they're not going to be giving me any custom color tables because I'm not super well known, so they probably won't offer me anything. It's only the big dudes that get the cool stuff, never the small dudes. They get all the favoritism. You have a question? We'll ask it. Tennessee and Alabama and Clarksville could possibly get a tornado. I think Alabama's a little bit on the lower end, but there's still like a 2% risk in like very far northern Alabama. Right here, right in this area is kind of our bullseye zone for a tornado risk. Do you have the ability to move the cams, or is that a coincidence? That was a coincidence. That was a coincidence. A lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings out over here have been allowed to expire. I do want to check in on our velocities across the board before we go back to storm watching. Yeah, still looking good. Nothing really sticking out to me. It looks like they've allowed most of these severe thunderstorm warnings near London, Kentucky, Annville, and Corbin, thankfully. But I wouldn't rule out another severe thunderstorm eventually. What are the best colors? I like the Radar Omega color table. That was one good thing that came out of the Hall in weather-wise collaboration is that we got better color tables for the correlation coefficient. What is the timing going to be for Murfreesboro, Tennessee? Let me check that out for you. Yeah, we need to go look at that camera soon. For Murfreesboro, let's see. Yeah, it looks like you could get some storms by around like 4 or 5 p.m. Then maybe some scattered thunderstorms by around 10 p.m. And then it should clear out after that. Big dude in my book. What? You calling me fat? No, I'm just kidding. Anything hit Owensboro? I think there was a storm. Where's Owensboro? Isn't that like... I used to have that city memorized. But I don't have it memorized anymore. I'm gonna have to search it. Owensboro, Kentucky. It's up there. No storms have hit Owensboro yet, but you do have a line of storms coming your way. Morristown, Tennessee. Let me see. Morristown, Tennessee. Really, if I put a space there, is it really not gonna? Okay. Yeah, Morristown looks like you guys are gonna be probably around like around 7 o'clock there, with like your strongest storms. Could even get some storms like potentially as early as like 3. Actually, a little bit of our latest 18Z model brings that time frame a little bit quicker for you guys over there. So around like 3 to 5 p.m. out there in that area could get some severe weather. And you can see that that's coming from these storms. So really what these storms end up doing, eventually they should form it more into a line segment and move close to you guys. All right. Let's come back over to here. Stop messing around. And go back over to, is it this camera? No. Shoot. Are we going to miss it? I hope we don't. I hope we didn't miss it. Might have missed it. Of course. I get too busy answering questions. I forget about the storm views. Like, oh yeah, we should probably be looking at the storm. Or we got another shot with this camera. I'll try not to forget it. I just don't prioritize storm views too much, and I keep on forgetting about it. I know it's important for you guys because you guys want to see the storms, but I keep forgetting. We got a wall of rain moving in here, though. Let's see what this looks like. This is the storm that's eventually going to be heading into Clarksville, so it'll technically be helpful for the folks in Clarksville to see just how strong this storm is as it moves in. My question is that will the storms be as bad as they are now when it hits southeastern Georgia? No, probably not. How are we doing? I'm doing pretty well. Woke up, played some golf. Now I'm doing severe weather coverage. That's a perfect day for me. I almost hit a hole in one today. I was playing the purples, which is the furthest back tees. Hit a 3-wood, and I was playing with 3 other people, and it literally landed probably within like 4 inches of the hole. It was crazy. It's the perfect shot. And then this hole after that, I got a double bogey. It'll make no sense. Make it make sense. And I did birdie it, so. What's my handicap? Like a plus 20. Wait. Yeah, like plus 20. It could be better. I have a good shot. I just struggle to hit it straight. So I've been working really hard on trying to get that fixed. It looks like we're going to have to wait a little while again before this comes in. It looks like we just got a new significant or a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Wow. This is over in Virginia. Storm's a little bit stronger than expected here, coming down towards Blue Ridge Shores, Louisa, Mineral, and Twin Oaks community. Watch out there. 70-mile-per-hour winds can definitely knock out power. Imagine I make it 4 inches to the hole, and I get 4 over par. I mean, I get over par on that. That'd be hilarious. Honestly, I'm actually a good putter. All right, let's do a little severe weather going around the board here on the severe weather. Back over here near Simpson, this storm looks a lot weaker than it did in terms of its winds. So they might allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire. But over here near Tolu, still have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading off to the north and east there. And then back over here near Aaron, 60-mile-per-hour winds are still heading up to the north and east towards Dover and Aaron. That's in northern Tennessee. Back over here north of Nashville, still have these storms. These storms still have some decent winds moving off to the east. The 60-mile-per-hour winds about to head into Orlando and Cross Plains and Adairville. And then in Huntsville, or north and west of Huntsville, we have this storm heading towards Elkmont. Athens is getting hit by it. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with that. Also, still have a lot of severe weather happening over here near New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Got these storms over here near Northfield. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds are heading towards Northfield. And then Leominster and Finchburg, same deal, heading up towards you guys. And then in New Hampshire, we have a couple of storms near Franklin and Concord. This one over here, same thing, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, same as this storm heading into Andover as well. Could have some pretty widespread severe weather out over here. We have just enough little instability, a little bit of lift that's going to allow these storms to carry most of the storms that fire in this region to obtain severe weather capabilities. So definitely be watching out over there. Could be a little bit of a noisy day. I think the tornado risk up there is going to be relatively low, but I wouldn't rule out like a spin-up tornado. Hey, thank you, Courageous and Mr. Windwasher, for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. You guys are helping us get one step closer to 80,000 subscribers. Almost there. What kind of puppy do I have? It is a Lancaster Heeler, or either that or a Corgi mixed with a Chihuahua. And his name is Chaz. The only reason I don't subscribe to Evan is that I would click every time he's on. Instead, I seek his stream out when I have some luxury to watch. Okay. Well, thanks for letting us know. How bad is the tornado threat for Murfreesboro? If I remember, Murfreesboro, yeah. It's pretty low. I wouldn't rule out some severe weather, but I think that the main tornado risk should be to your north. If we come over to our day one NATO risk, you're technically in a 5%, but I think the most activity, well, yeah, you know, maybe I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't rule it out. It is June. I tend to look at the kinematics out in certain regions and assume that the models are going to be somewhat correct. And most of the times they are, but in June, you know, we do get a lot of that unexpected stuff to happen. Okay, I'm not going to forget this time, I promise. We might have messed up again. Hold on. No, we didn't. Okay, here comes the storm. Slowly but surely. It's coming. And thank you, Jamie, for becoming a WIMD member. Matthias, what are you doing, man? Jeff, you are also subjected to the inability to resist clicking an Evan stream. Really? That's crazy. Because it seems like when I'm not the only person live, you guys forget about me. What's up with that? You guys got some splaining to do. I call Cap. Well, I know you don't. I know the members don't. Because you guys are the OGs. You will actually search for me and find me. And I was hoping to see a shelf cloud, but we might have missed the best shelf cloud. Unfortunately. I am sad. But there's still plenty of chances to catch some shelf clouds. Thank you, Roger, for the 10. Here's towards your next screen feed. Thank you. If I can tomorrow, I will be out there. So that'll pay for half of it, actually. So I only play 9 on the par 3, so I can walk. I'm using golf as an excuse to get a lot of exercise in. It's like fun exercise. Now look at that sun shining through here. Again, this is over here in Stewart County, Tennessee. This is the storm that is going to be heading into Clarksville. Let's come back over to this camera and see what this storm is like. Yeah, that definitely looks kind of severe. Raining a little bit sideways. I would say more of like at a 45-degree angle. You can really see the temperature rises as these storms get close. Man, we missed that one shelf cloud. That might have been the best shelf cloud of the day, maybe. Or maybe there wasn't any shelf cloud and we didn't miss anything. Because there's the kind of a shelf cloud here. And yesterday was weird. That tornado was crazy. I think that was the craziest looking tornado of the year. I feel like we should be eventually able to see a storm from here, but I don't think the camera's facing the right direction. I do want to see if we can see these storms near Union City, Tennessee. Dang, 87 degrees out there with a dew point of 75. Man, there's a lot of miserable people in Tennessee right now. That's how it feels in northern Alabama, too. So, yeah, let's say they did allow that northern severe thunderstorm warning to expire up there. I think that's all. I think that's everything we could look at. Pretty sure. Oh, wow, this storm knocked out that camera over there. Ooh, look at this. Little cloud action there. And then back over here near Nashville. Can't really see a storm yet, but there is a storm approaching Nashville, it appears, over there near Bellevue. Developing into kind of a line of storms heading up, I think, pretty close to the Nashville area. Let me see.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Jeez, that was loud. And that was indeed loud, I feel. No? All right. New tornado watch has been issued back over here near Colorado. Got a storm over here near Colorado Springs with some $half sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That tornado watch is going to be for Pueblo, Trinidad, La Junta.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Lamar and Limon. Guys need to be watching out for tornadoes out there. Yeah, all of this up here is just pretty much rain. Something tells me the forecast isn't doing what it's supposed to do here. But we'll see. Maybe just too much over convection. We'll see. Florence, Alabama has a good view. Or may I go have that? I think we can look at some of the Florence cameras.
A new tornado watch has been
mute that. It's going to keep saying that over and over. For some reason, it does that. Let me turn on the has cams. See, I think we can use some of the Florence has cams. That one. Oh yeah. This is a university camera. We can look at this one. You can see it's starting to rain in Florence. Getting a storm come through. Doesn't look overly severe, so I don't think we're going to get a severe thunderstorm warning on that one yet. But it does seem like it is trying to get a little bit more intense there. Yeah, for some reason you can't go big screen on the has cams. It looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued out over here near London, Kentucky. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds approaching you guys. Let's come back over here to Virginia where we can check in on our almost significant or considerable severe thunderstorm here. Heading down towards Blue Ridge Shores, Louisa, Mineral, and Twin Oaks community. And then back over here near New Hampshire and Massachusetts, still have these storms ongoing. This one's heading up towards Westminster, Leominster, and Finchburg still with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This one's the same, heading up towards Northfield there in northern Massachusetts. I wouldn't rule out these storms eventually becoming severe as well. Kind of near the Amherst, Massachusetts area, and then back over here near New Hampshire. Do we have any New Hampshireers in chat? I don't think I've ever had anybody from New Hampshire tune into one of my streams before. Yeah, over here near Concord, that 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then over there near Andover as well. And that is the latest across the board. Coming over to the velocities, I am still not seeing anything overly tornadic. storms are still struggling. That is great news, as always. And thank you, Jalen and Bobby, for subscribing. Thank you so much. One step closer to 80,000, which is a number. One step closer to a number that seems big. Let's go. All right, let's come back. Go spy on our storms again. Come on. Missed it. We're so bad at this. This is why people don't come to my streams. Keep missing the freaking storms. Yeah, but you still got one more chance. Maybe we should just not look away. Maybe that's the trick. For Georgia, I don't think anything crazy is going to be happening in Georgia. Oh, a little bit of lightning. Oh, dang. Lightning has been detected in my location. Oh, yeah. Let me go see if that storm's worth looking at really quick. Just give me a second. I'm gonna go peek outside and see if I can become a webcam for you guys. It's a little meh. Nothing too crazy. It's nothing too crazy. Where am I based? I'm close to Huntsville. That's about all I'll say. I am somewhere in this circle. We do got some storms nearby me, but they're not looking too interesting. I think the most interesting part is missing me, unfortunately. Good news is that my power should stay on, which is always good news. Yeah, look at this. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. It's just basically a bunch of rain. And that's like in most of the tornado watch area. All right, let's come back over to here. I'm not missing the close approach of this storm. I'm just not doing it this time. This one, however, we are about to experience what this storm just west of Clarksville is about to be like. And then there, it's a little bit of a shelf cloud. There's apparently a lot of Clarksvilles out there. Your power goes out if you breathe on it wrong. My power goes out just in the middle of the day, randomly sometimes. Out west, they should be popping up right now. This one might have a good view. No, still facing the wrong way. What about this one? Man, we're struggling. There's so many cameras in this area, but we're just struggling to get a nice view on any of these storms. There's not a whole lot of shelf clouds to look at. Most of it is just rain. This is like the best one. We got a little bit of a shelf cloud. Yeah, there's a new tornado watch in Colorado. Yeah, we already have a severe thunderstorm warning in Colorado. I'm not expecting that tornado threat to pick up until just a little bit later, probably another hour or two. It's a nice little storm. Not really worth looking at, though. This kind of looks like your run-of-the-mill storm. Hey, maybe it develops a shelf cloud before it goes into Clarksville. Alrighty then. Yeah, latest information on these storms. Looks like we got about 60 mile per hour winds about to head into Portland. Back over here near Erin and Cumberland City and Dover. This is the storm we have been looking at. Still a 60-mile-per-hour winds that's going to be trying to head into Clarksville here shortly. Back over here in northern Alabama near Athens. Looks like your storm is almost done. Elkmont, though, has got some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your way. Back over here near London, Kentucky. Looks like you guys are about to get hit by this storm. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. As long as you're indoors and away from windows for a lot of these warnings, you guys should be okay. Still got potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds. Heading down towards Blue Ridge Shores, Louisa, Mineral, and Twin Oaks community. And then back over here near Massachusetts, still got a storm heading up towards Leominster. They haven't changed these warnings. Still the same thing. Concord, though, is about to get hit a little bit harder by their storm. And then back over here near Andover, New Hampshire, just north of Andover, about to head into Hill with some severe weather there. And we got even more storms trying to pop up over here near Lebanon and Claremont. Those also could eventually become severe. So maybe a couple of rounds out there. Back over here near the Colorado Springs area, we do have a storm developing near Cimarron Hills that is moving kind of to the east near Ellicott with mainly half-dollar sized hail. Isn't really too big of a deal yet. Also got some storms developing here in southern Colorado as well. And then these storms over here near New Mexico should get started probably around 5, if I had to guess. Let's have a bunch of these. Bunch of chances for some tropical activity out here. If we come over to our satellite view, you can see got a storm down here and a storm over here. Potentially could turn into some tropical stuff. I don't really know what these storms are going to do, nor do I care. But it is pretty cool to look at. Not going to affect any of us in the United States. That is the latest. Are we looking in Owensboro? Pretty good for now. I mean, these storms have not been really getting their act together too much. I still wouldn't rule out some severe thunderstorm warnings eventually, though. Like this one that's kind of heading towards Owensboro on radar probably actually has some of our highest winds up here near Mattoon and Tribune. Would not rule out the fact that that could go severe, at some point. I just noticed my shirt looks really trippy. Is that tripping you guys out, or is that just because it's on a crappy screen? Whoa, that's pretty crazy. It's trippy. Okay. It's just the way the lines are. I mean, this is just a regular shirt with lines on it, but it's making my camera go crazy. It looks fine. It's just a crappy screen. Okay, let me just check on a non-crappy screen. Oh, yeah, it looks normal on the non-crappy screen. Okay, that's good. I have 3 monitors. 2 of them are like really bad monitor, or not really bad. I mean, I spent like $250 on them. The quality is like, I can't even read the screen. It's so bad. I don't understand how this is a screen that is sold in 2000. Wow. They let the severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Erin expire. Pretty wild that in our tornado watch, we actually have 0 severe thunderstorm warnings. Will Connor help me out today? No, I don't think he will. I think he is busy watching football or hockey, some sort of sport tonight. Apparently his favorite team is playing, so. Hockey. Okay. Is Elkmont, Alabama in the path? Let me see where Elkmont is. I think I've already answered that. Did I? Maybe not. Yeah, Elkmont is in the path of a severe thunderstorm right now. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds cannot be ruled out there in the Elkmont region. It looks like Nashville now has some storms getting a little bit closer. Not severe, though. Just mainly some rain there. Let's come back over here to Massachusetts. Still have storms heading towards Leominster, Finchburg. These ones over here near Northfield seem to have kind of lost their marbles. A lot of these storms over here west of Manchester are looking a little bit more severe in the north, the New Hampshire area. Yeah, none of them are quite there yet, at least in terms of severe potential for that hail. You missing something? Let me check back in with the models. And apparently even more storms can fire eventually. See what the SRH are around these guys. I think the lift is lacking a little bit. Yeah, I mean, some decent storm relative helicity near like the Hopkinsville area, eventually moving into like the Nashville area by 8 p.m. These storms out here work in the atmosphere, and none of them are really maturing. I mean, you can see they're already kind of firing right now, but they're not really reaching maturity that well. It means they're going to struggle to tap into whatever environment is out here. We'll see. Storm relative means the shear around the storm relative to the storm itself. And Nashville's good for now. Let's come check back in with our cameras. We might actually be able to see that storm approaching the Nashville area from a distance, at least. If that's it, then that's yeah. That's an oof looking storm. It doesn't really look like it's storming too much. I'd actually see something out of this camera eventually. There is a storm off in the distance. I also extended this severe thunderstorm warning for Hazel Green, Meridianville, and Ardmore for 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're in northern Alabama. Dang, 89 degrees over here with a 76 dew point. That is miserable. That's in Kenton, Tennessee. You can see those storms off in the distance developing here. Definitely some decent updrafts on these storms. Well, look at the corn. I'm assuming that's corn. Swaying in the wind. Yeah, I mean, these storms can become mature. I mean, I think these are going to be our primary tornado threat for today. They're looking a little bit scrawny, though. Looking like they need to hit the gym. Let's see. Now a corn watching stream, imagine. South of Paducah looks rough. Yeah, there's definitely a storm over there. It's not severe at the moment, but it could be, have some gusty winds and maybe 1 or 2 lightning strikes there. Let me go look at the environment around these storms again. Yeah, we're probably going to get a surface inversion develop out over here into Tennessee or into Kentucky here shortly because these storms are producing a lot of rain. But technically, there's still some decent kinematics, although some lower lapse rates are trying to work their way in this area. So it looks like the surface is cooling off quite a bit. out here, and that might stifle the tornado threat a little bit, but we still do have some little instances there where we still have some decent kinematics, especially into like western Tennessee. Yeah, and you can see some shear is overspreading into the area. So once this shear really kicks in, these 30 knots of shear, which may be or may not be. Yeah, it seems like in comparison to the forecast, we actually have more shear than what was forecasted. But one of the things that I am noticing here is that, our winds are a little bit parallel at the moment. You see how the winds are coming out the west to the east there in the 500 millibars. And then they're kind of doing the same thing in the 850 millibar range. If we come over to our surface observations, yeah, I mean, kind of the best area for tornadoes is going to be where we have this backing. So like maybe over here into this part of Kentucky, maybe a little bit over there near Clarksville as these storms roll through Clarksville. A lot of our boundaries, though, or a lot of our winds are coming out of the north to the east here. I guess you could make the argument there is an environment there. It's just, really dependent on, how much forcing our storms have, which is not really a lot. But actually, it's a decent amount. It's not terrible, actually. There's a decent amount of forcing in this area. So, I mean, the storm shouldn't really struggle that much to become mature. So we should get some mature storms eventually. But one of the things that I am noticing here on radar is that we do have a lot of clustering out here. And if you get a lot of clustering, you get a lot of rain, and sometimes you can get that surface inversion. If we get a surface inversion develop out here, I don't think there's going to be enough shear to overcome that. So that's one of the things we are monitoring for. If these storms stay immature and not really severe all the way until about like 5 or 6 p.m., and we start to see that surface inversion forming, then we're probably not going to have too many NATOs. But it does look like they did just severe thunderstorm warn this storm over here near Clay and Dixon over in Kentucky. And there's actually, believe it or not, a little bit of rotation trying to develop on this storm just to the north and west of Blackford. The shear is kicking in a little bit, like the mesoanalysis is saying. And you can see this storm is a little bit bigger than the others. So it seems like any storm that can mature in this environment might have a little bit of a spin up potential. That's kind of what today I think is going to hold. Is Boston, Massachusetts getting anything later? It's technically possible. Depends on like how much severe thunderstorm coverage we get out here. A lot of your severe storms are going to be to your west, but I wouldn't rule out like an isolated storm eventually making it towards Boston. But it's going to be like a hit or miss day, so nothing guaranteed. Also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning just west of Washington near New Baltimore here in Virginia. That's moving down to the south and east with 60 mile per hour winds. And then little update, still 70 mile per hour winds potentially heading down towards Louisa and Mineral there in Virginia near Charlottesville. Virginia 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds is possible for you guys here in the short term. Wow. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that just went through New Hope. That's going to be for 60 mile per hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Scottsboro, Woodville, Pleasant Groves, Hollywood, Skyline, Stevensville, Sylvania, Powell, and Rainsville. So make sure you guys are indoors and away from windows. I'm going to check back over here to the west. And these storms near like Kim, Colorado are looking pretty interesting. These guys can mature. They could become tornadic eventually. Then over here east of Colorado Springs, like heading off towards Ellicott, still half-inch hail or half-dollar sized hail. And these storms might get warned severe here in a little bit. Let me check in on the bill. Yeah, especially this one over here south and east of Peoria. Here in Colorado could get warned here in a little bit. I'm not seeing any rotation on any of these storms, just mainly a hail threat up there. And then back over here, where some of our enhanced severe weather could happen later on today, Not seeing initiation happening in the northern portion, but maybe some initiation happening over there near Carlsbad, New Mexico. I'm not sure, John. Ooh. What about Carl's Good? What? Carl's? Is there really a Carl's Good? No, there isn't. Lies. I see what you did there, though. You're like that one girl that I met when I was like 12 years old. I was in like some sort of church camp thing. We were out on the beach. It was like a beach church camp trip. And I went out there and there's this girl. She said something. I don't remember what she said. And I was like, cool beans. And she was like, on the contrary, hot beans. It's like super corny. It was so awkward. And you just did the exact same thing. Carl's bad. Well, on the contrary, what about Carl's good? Southwest Kansas. Yeah. I mean, you guys definitely could have an elevated tornado potential out over there near like Ulysses, Hugoton, Elkhart, Liberal. You guys are in a 5%, tornado threat out there. And an enhanced severe weather risk is also possible. Joplin, Missouri today. I think that's going to be like later. Let's do like just kind of like a future forecast type deal. Turn off the weather alerts just for a little bit. All right. So we do have all of our 18Z in. So let's do a little latest forecast with our 18Z. So back over here where we have our tornado watch out over here, expecting some storms to fire. Maybe get a little bit more widespread by around 5 p.m., but we already are seeing those storms already happening. So big question marks on whether or not this kind of scenario will still happen. The HRRR seems to be a little bit late with their storm initiation. Also, some widespread severe weather could be possible over here near Harriman and Chattanooga. And eventually, our storms are going to be moving down to the south and east with some rain by around 1 a.m. Should be just mainly rain. Back up here in our, all the way from like Ohio, from West Virginia, up into Pennsylvania, New York, going into Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. We are going to see some scattered storms, but most of them should be gone by around 10 p.m. You can see there's like very few in between. So you're either going to get hit or you're barely going to see anything. Maybe get some light rain if you don't get hit by the core of a severe thunderstorm. And then after 10, pretty much no one's going to be seeing anything out here other than some light to moderate rain, except for maybe like just to the south and east of Pittsburgh. Back over here in our main area, I guess you could say, of severe weather, there's really not too many people out here. I don't even know if I'm going to be live for this. We'll see. Maybe if one of these storms comes close to a city, we'll initiate another live stream there. Or maybe we'll just still be live from covering the Tennessee Valley. But yeah, I mean, these storms that are firing over here into parts of Colorado, I think are going to be one of our main storms for today, bringing a tornado threat down towards Guyman over there. And that could, even have a small chance of producing a significant tornado. But even the parameters out there are still kind of indicating that, more than likely a bird fart tornado or two. And then maybe on the low chance, a strong tornado happens there. Back over here near Lubbock, I think a lot of these storms will be outflow dominated. They're going to have trouble latching on to any boundaries out here. But I wouldn't rule out, another chance for, a tornado or two, especially with this storm near like the Clovis area, also south of Lubbock as well. Large to very large hail will be possible. Any storm interactions with an outflow boundary if the meso latches on could potentially see a NATO. Back over here into northern Alabama is turning into the area right now with the most severe thunderstorm warnings. Thank you, Mark Brenner, for the 5. I would love an opportunity to have you as a guest on your podcast later this summer. How could I contact you? Great job. Thank you. What's going on in your podcast? What do you do? Just curious. Depends on what the podcast is about. There's a lot of wacky podcasts out there, so I got to ask. I'm not saying yours is, but I'm just wondering. I'm curious. Maybe. It's a corn podcast? Sign me up. So, Evan, what are your thoughts on corn? Well, you see, corn has been a staple of the United States for a long time. Something about corn makes me wanna eat corn. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about corn. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Corn sweat. Yes, corn sweat. Yes. That is the thing. Everything on the fringe of science and reality. Okay, go a little bit more into detail. That could mean something normal, or you could just be a wacko. Anything on the fringe of science and reality. I don't know. You're right on the edge. It sounds like you're trying to say you're a conspiracy theorist without saying it. But I'll give you another opportunity. I'm not saying I'm not saying that's what you are, but it's just the way that it sounded. We're just joking. So what do you talk about? What was like the last subject you talked about on your podcast? All right. Back over here near Scottsboro, still some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading y'all's way. I'll probably be there in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And then over here near Schwanee, still got some 60-mile-per-hour winds out over there. I think your baseball game in Nashville is going to get canceled. Probably. Well, it depends on when it is. If it's like later on tonight, maybe not. But you do have a storm moving through there. So if it's happening right now, it's going to get canceled. Let that severe thunderstorm warning over there near London, Kentucky to expire. Back over here near Gallatin, heading towards Bethpage and Westmoreland. Still 60-mile-per-hour winds coming your guys' way. Is there any rotation near Durham, near Dorso Corner? I don't know what state that is. Quantum physics. Parapsychology. Okay, well, the first one, what is parapsychology? Study of a mental phenomenon which are excluded from or inexplicable by orthodox science psychology, such as hypnosis and telepathy. Yeah, latest little information here. Definitely got some strong winds here north of Clay heading into Dixon, here into Kentucky. 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. Parapsychology. Hypnosis and telepathy. Is hypnosis real? I've seen videos on it, and it kind of the videos make them seem real, but it sounds like just a bunch of BS. Telepathy, that's not real. I've tried it many, many times. Especially when I was young. I did a lot of parapsychology a lot when I was a kid. That was something that I was really interested in. I didn't even know what it was called, but I would stare at stuff all the time trying to move it with my brain. Never worked. Tried to send my thoughts to other human beings. Never worked. I tried. They don't answer. Telepathy is real. Maybe with bugs, but not with us. I'm thinking of the same thing, right? Isn't that like where you can read someone's mind and send them like messages? Yeah, psychic ability, ESP. Nah, that's not real. Trust me. I tried for a long time. It's not real. As a kid, too. So, like, I had the belief that it was very, very possible, and I couldn't achieve it. Telepathy between twins. Is that telepathy, though, or is that just the brain? Their brains are very similar. It's interesting. These other radars really aren't indicating too much rotation here north of Calais. And thank you, Valerie, for the $5. I didn't even need to read that because you sent it to me telepathically, but I'll read it anyways. My thoughts on Wyalusing or Towanda, Pennsylvania. Well, why don't you just use telepathy and figure that out? Save me some time since it's real. I'm just kidding. Wyalusing, PA. There we go. So far, you guys are good. I think you guys have a little tiny category. Yeah, there's some marginal severe weather possible out there. It's going to be very hit or miss. You might see some, you might not. If it does happen, it's probably going to come from back over here, though, as it eventually makes its way over to you. Wouldn't rule out a couple of severe thunderstorms. If you're just now tuning in, we do have in the black here a tornado watch for parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois, and Missouri. Still question marks on whether or not we'll actually see a tornado here or not, but we're keeping an eye on it just in case. And talking about telepathy. Is Connor helping me out today? I don't think so. I think he's busy today. Well, that's the whole point, Mark. In a podcast is to talk about the things that no one wants to talk about and see if we can figure stuff out. Here, I'll send you whether or not I want to be on your podcast using telepathy here in a little bit. Below Acura in New York. I don't see any areas of rotation in Pennsylvania. Or in New York. We want Connor. Y'all are begging for Connor now? Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good. It's okay. We already have an agreement that if you guys end up liking him more than me, and he gets and he blows past me in YouTube fame or whatever, that he promised to remember me. Aw, look at this. They got a cat in Belgium watching the stream. No. That's awesome. Shoot. Mom kid telepathy is real. No, it's not. Telepathy's not real, guys. Come on. You can't read minds. How bad will the weather be in White Pine, Tennessee later this evening? Your anxiety is awful in storms, and I even throw up because of it once. Yeah. Yeah, anxiety sucks. Makes you feel like you're dying when you're not. And that is the case here as well. Nothing out here is looking life-threatening right now, but I would still keep an eye on it. This was supposed to be a tornado threat of sorts, but it looks like we're getting a lot of over-convection, and we haven't had a tornado warning out here yet. No, certain things just don't work like that. I understand the thought of thinking that there could be a science eventually to allow humans to achieve it. But as of right now, all the evidence is against telepathy being real. rather than it not. Yeah, it's against it. So until something else happens to prove otherwise, that's just kind of what I think about it. I'm a believer when it comes to seeing. Sorry, Atkins. I didn't mean to. Although I hear people with schizophrenia are really good at telepathy. All right. Over here near Dixon, still 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards you guys. Talk to one another in their dreams from separate locations? No, they haven't. Ashley, that's not true. Wherever you heard that, it is not true. The science around the brain goes like this. Our thoughts happen inside of our head. They do not go outside of our head. We have nothing inside of our brain or outside of our brain to pick up other people's brain waves and read them or send messages. Brain named itself. Checkmate. Facts. Do your research. Okay. Guys, we're talking about telepathy. Do we really have that many people in chat that believe in telepathy? All right, we'll do a poll. We all have the same, and also we all have the same understanding of what telepathy is, right? That's sending messages from one brain to another and like reading minds. All right, we're doing a poll. If it's anywhere close to 50%, I'm going to be absolutely baffled. Absolutely baffled. I just stick to weather because I know a lot of things. And I guess you are a believer in telepathy. Which is like reading minds and sending messages from minds. Telepathy ESP is not real. You can show me. Okay, send me a message. I mean, you guys all have telepathy, so I'm waiting for the messages. Everybody send me your brain messages right now. Sent it? Okay. It doesn't work that way, but that's what telepathy means. This is wild. I had no idea that many people believed in telepathy. Steffi, that's concerning. All right, latest scan over here near Dixon. One in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading into Dixon. Actually, some pretty strong winds heading into just south of Skyline, Alabama, moving to Stevenson. You could read minds. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what telepathy means. It doesn't mean guessing what's on somebody's mind. That's not telepathy. It's like you can actually hear their thoughts. and send the thoughts to one another. Like it's different, like body language, like what happens between like girlfriends, right? Where they're like kind of communicating just off of purely body language. Like that's not telepathy. You're reading their body language, not their brain. Some things science can't explain. It's exactly what you told me to say. Dang it, it's real. Oh no, y'all got me. No. I've never done a live stream. It's just been Max Velocity using his maximum telepathy skills on my brain. Just when he's bored, doesn't want to go live, he uses his telepathy to control my brain to make me do live streams. No. That's mind control and also telepathy. An extreme case of telepathy, but still technically in the same subject. Explain feeling the weather in your bones. That's not telepathy. Weather doesn't have a brain. So you're not reading the weather's mind. That's just physiology. Telepathy is a mental thing. Definitely don't have it if it is. What am I going over tomorrow? Sure. We can do that briefly since our models are in range. You turn off our weather reports. But we do have a legit, by the way, 40% of people in chat that believe telepathy is real, which seriously blows my mind. And we do have an enhanced risk out over here near Mississippi and Alabama. So pretty much all the storms that are going to be happening tonight from Colorado are eventually going to form into a mesoscale convective system. And, what could bring some severe weather into like parts of Oklahoma, into Arkansas near Little Rock by 10 a.m. And then by the time we get into around 1 p.m., our environment gets a little bit more spicy. And we do have some potential for some strong winds all the way from northern Mississippi down into Birmingham. By the time it moves into Georgia, it should start to fall apart, but we could still have a chance of severe weather as we move into around 7, 8, 9, 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. as that moves off to the east. And then maybe as we go into the early morning portions, at around 3 a.m., could have, some more storms pop back up and try to move into like Birmingham and like east central Mississippi there. But it doesn't look too crazy, to be honest. It's mainly just going to be a little line of storms with some wind potential. I don't think our tornado threat's going to be too high with that. Let me just check in on the storm relative. Yeah. I mean, there'll be a little bit of a NATO chance. I wouldn't rule out like a couple of tornadoes. Let me check this. Yeah, like especially like I mean, there could even be quite the tornadic environment again over here south of Oklahoma City. That'll kind of die off as it makes it into Arkansas. Might get reinvigorated over there near Conway. But then as it moves into like the Mississippi, Alabama area, there is a small chance for tornadoes, but nothing super elevated. I wouldn't rule out like a 5% being issued for this day. Let me see if we do have a 5% out there yet for tornadoes. Yeah. As of right now, it's a 2%. But if we do get a 5%, I can imagine it would be like maybe like that. Like a little skinny 5%. To our tornado watch. Why it disappeared? Let me do a refresh. There we go. The schizophrenia comment was tacky. I mean, that's coming from somebody that does not believe in telepathy. So I don't know what you guys want me to say. I don't believe in it. I'm part of the 60%, I guess. Yeah. Knowing I guess I don't know. I can't even believe we're talking about it. That's how little I believe in it. For Wolf City, let me check Wolf City for you. You're sending all of y'all telepathic message. Did y'all get them? Nah, they left you on red. Yeah, maybe some thunderstorms at 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, it seems like Wolf City is going to be pretty good over the next 2 days, to be honest. You're going to have some close calls, but you should be all right. I'm going to check back over here near Colorado, where we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for one in Chale heading towards Deer Trail, and another one here south of Ellicott, heading close to Yotter. These storms back over here are still trying to mature at the moment. I've been checking to see if we have any. I know most of our storm chasers are probably going to be chasing up here in Colorado, so I'm keeping an eye on their feeds. They should be going live in like 20 minutes, some of them. So and we're at least we'll have some storms to look at over there. But yeah, back over here, I mean, we could still look at these storms technically. I just don't know if there's going to be much to see right now. We got some, scattered showers and thunderstorms just moved through Nashville and Lewisburg, but these aren't our tornado threat. Our tornado threat should be back over here, but these storms are, for lack of better words, still struggling. But we're still keeping an eye on them. Telepathically talking to me. I don't hear anything. West Virginia could have a little, severe weather chance, some hail and some damaging winds. I think the tornado chance should be pretty darn non-existent up here. But especially like with this cluster of thunderstorms, we do have a little bit of a boundary here that could, fire up some clusters of thunderstorms, bring those thunderstorms into like Craigsville, Elkins, and Romney near Cumberland. Also got another severe thunderstorm apparently happening over here. Don't have a good view on it. There we go. Over here west of Chapman near Shively. Chat's gone mad today. Apparently not. Apparently it's something that a lot of people believe in. Telepathy. Who would have thought? Is this your card? How did you know that? Dang it. It is real. Y'all been watching too much of that Now You See Me movie. Are there tornado threats in Denver? I would say it's a low chance, but it's not impossible. Do you have some storms near Denver? It's a little bit of like a 1%. You guys are not in this tornado watch, but a lot of the surrounding areas around you are. If a storm gets started a little bit quicker than what we're expecting, I would say it's a pretty low chance, even if that happens. I'm just thinking about burritos. Nope. Do I believe in ghosts? Nope. I do not. He has a psychic shield protecting him. What are y'all talking about? Do I believe in aliens? Of course I do. I mean, listen, when we zoom out of Earth here, you can see that we have thousands and thousands and billions and just crazy amounts of stars. I think that we have the only planet with life on it is ridiculous, in my opinion. It's actually like extremely illogical. Tornado in College Grove, Tennessee. Nope. Got a tornado watch out in parts of Tennessee, and we're still watching the storms while we're live because it's black area here in parts of Kentucky going into Missouri and Tennessee. That's all a tornado watch in that black area, but that's why we're live. We're monitoring it, but so far these storms have been, kind of clustering pretty quickly. Still remains to be seen when that tornado threat will get started. The Earth is most likely flat. No, you can't believe that. I mean, look at this. You can see it. It's not on this app. It's round, don't you know? Yeah, no big time rotation in Virginia. Maybe a little bit of like broader circulation over here near Charlottesville. There also seems to be hail contamination on that. But most radars are picking up some broader circulation. The problem is that we just don't have a radar close enough to have any confidence that is tornadic there. But I'm sure if there's like a storm chaser out in the Virginia area, they're probably looking at that and reporting. Kansas is flat. Okay, yeah, we can agree that Kansas is kind of flat. Why believe in aliens and not ghosts? Because ghosts aren't real and aliens most likely are. Probabilities in science. We haven't proven alien existence yet, except for the tardigrade. I think tardigrades are aliens. I think they're proof. They can literally survive in space, in the vacuum of space. And there is nothing on Earth that would require a bug or whatever the frickin' tardigrade is, a microorganism, to have that kind of survival techniques. Well, apparently, it all started with a guy coming into chat saying that he wants me on a podcast, and I asked him why or what he does. And he says he talks about a couple of things, but one of them was telepathy, and I started talking about what I think about telepathy, and then like a lot of people in chat were like, I can't believe it. He doesn't believe in telepathy, and I was not expecting that. So now we're talking about it because I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out where all this is coming from, because to me it's like obvious that it's not real, but I don't know. All right, latest scan out here, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here, heading into Noreen, Watertown in Tennessee. That's going to be south of Lebanon, Tennessee. And then back over here, still got a mess of severe weather, mainly on this storm, to be honest. Moving into Hollywood there in Alabama, north of Scottsboro, heading towards Stevenson, it seems. Made a serious inquiry, and I'm still considering it. Maybe we'll have to talk about telepathy. I know you want to talk about extreme weather, but yeah, Mark, if you want to make the most serious inquiry you can, best way to do that is to send me a message on Twitter. Well, the good news is, I mean, the reason why we're off subject a little bit is because there's not a whole lot happening for us to talk about. We got some rain. We can go over to here. Maybe we can go find some storms. Because it was the tornado watch that got me going with this live stream. I was like, okay, sounds like live coverage should be needed earlier, and so far not a single storm has concerned us yet. There's a little storm off in the distance. You do Twitter, never will. Yeah, I've had Twitter for a while. Oh, I have like friends on Twitter. I have all that, so it's not like I can't just leave it. I leave all my friends behind. Might be able to see this storm eventually. This is out over near Bedford, Tennessee. James Spann uses telepathy to tell the weather. Obviously, I think that might be the best proof we've got. Something is going on between James Spann and the weather that isn't scientifically explainable. Maybe something on this camera. Oh, yeah, look at that. What is that? Scary looking scud. He's an alien. Well, see, I believe in aliens. I just don't believe they're on Earth. There is a difference. I believe aliens are like, they're out there. I believe aliens are on Earth, like secretly controlling society. No, I don't believe in that theory. Where is this camera? This camera is in South Marshall, Tennessee, on the fire department in that area. Telepathic ghost aliens. Oh no. That's it. That's it. I'm deleting this channel. No, I'm just kidding. It's gone too far. Telepathic ghost aliens. Not in our solar system. I believe I think they do live in our solar system. We have some planets out there that can have some aliens on it, just not like intelligent aliens, like bacteria and stuff on other planets. Thank you, Archipelago for the 5. If there's no tornadoes, what can we expect in Richmond, Virginia? Here, let me come back over to here. Over here near Richmond, maybe some scattered thunderstorms overnight, but nothing too crazy for today going into tonight. And they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. We again have 0 severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky, Tennessee, or like in the tornado watch in this black area. We don't even have much intelligent life on our planet. That's mean. There's lots of smart peeps out there. Intelligence doesn't have to be like Einstein. Like even just knowing that you could plant stuff in the ground, like that used to be like mind-blowingly smart back then. Can we focus on the weather, please? We are. I mean, there's a radar there. We keep looking at storms. We keep going over severe thunderstorm warnings. Do you just only want me to sit here and talk only about weather? Because I'm not going to do that. Unless we have like, if we have a bunch of tornado warnings, that's when we go more into focus mode. But when we just have a bunch of weak thunderstorms happening, I'm not going to sit here and just be like, all right, guys, we're waiting on the next scan. Up, 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 up. I'm seeing things in chats that's not about weather. It's coming. Give it one more scan. It'll be there. Here it comes. Slowly but surely. 5 more minutes. We are flexible in the topics that we talk about. But no, I am not. I am a weather channel, but we talk about all sorts of things on this channel. Unless it gets real serious. Once it gets real serious, then we start going more into focus mode. Just got a new 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for this storm here in Virginia. This is the second time this has happened. So these storms are continuing to be a little bit more prevalent and a little bit more dangerous than previously thought. I live over there near Fork Union, Columbia, and Cartersville. Definitely would be indoors and away from window. The storm is pretty serious. 70-mile-per-hour winds is nothing to scoff at. Definitely might knock out some power. This is a great channel. Thanks. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. We try. We do cover weather. We do a lot of things. We talk about telepathy, whether or not it's real. I still can't believe it's 40% of y'all believe that. That is blowing my mind. All right, back over here near Watertown. Still have some 60-mile-per-hour winds heading your guys' way. North of Scottsboro, near Stevenson, this is still 60-mile-per-hour winds, still pretty weak thunderstorms. Definitely going to be loud, though. I would be indoors and away from windows. It's definitely worth doing that, but as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you will survive. Severe thunderstorm warning all the way over here in like western Colorado. 1-inch hail. Are any cities over here? No. These ones over here are looking interesting near Kim. They do seem a little bit outflow dominant at the moment. We got a lot of little thunderstorms popping up over here. These should theoretically be our strongest storms of the day. We're going to have a fry bot or a burger bot? No, I hate AI. This channel's about weather. Yes, it is. For the most part. Squid NATO percent? 0% for now, but we're monitoring that potential. Looks like they're going to allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. Still got some severe weather happening up here near Massachusetts. Some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing crazy. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that I would initiate a live stream for these storms, right? So most of the times we would never cover any of those storms. We don't have very specific criteria, but that is one of them. Need to have a chance for something to actually happen, which is why we're live right now. We do have a tornado watch, but it's kind of not tornadoing. So we're kind of like forced to talk about these other storms that otherwise we wouldn't even be live for. What's the percent for Nashville? I would say it's pretty low, but technically you guys aren't a 5%. I would say, like, if these storms can get organized eventually, it'll probably be somewhere between where they are and Nashville, but it still remains to be seen. Definitely dealing with a cluster here of storms that are struggling to mature right now. Thank you, Jennifer, for the $10. Thank you so much. You're about to head out of Nashville toward Nashville, Tupelo, Mississippi to Decatur. Wait, what? You got to head out for Nashville. Okay, gotcha. Tupelo, Mississippi to Decatur, then up I-65 to Nashville. You're going to get blown off the road? Nah. No, most of your drive will be all right. I would watch out. There's Tupelo. Decatur. I happen to know that. And I-65 there. I live pretty close there, actually. You could have some little pop-up thunderstorms. Some of them might have some severe potential, so you might see some pretty cool stuff on the way there. I don't think any of them are going to threaten you or your life. Just, if it does start to rain, I would drive a little bit slower. Make sure you don't hydroplane. That's when the Tennessee tornadoes come alive. Sometimes, yeah. But something's definitely happening in the environment that is making these storms be a little bit slower. I think what happened is that they kind of got started a little bit earlier than what was expected. And so we're probably dealing with a little bit of a cooler surface than we were expecting at this point. We just got another decent storm out here. Wow, 70-mile-per-hour winds for Cheyenne, Wyoming, heading towards Hillsdale, Burns, and Carpenter. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Thank you, Wendy, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. How's Denver? Denver could get something eventually. There's going to be storms firing off those mountains. Definitely wouldn't rule out some severe weather, but I think the tornado threat should be relatively low. But there could be some tornadoes like just east of Denver. Texas had a crazy storm yesterday. They did. Yeah, we were live for that. That thing was crazy. That one tornado, that Dusty tornado, was crazy. I still can't believe it happened. That was like the most wildest looking tornado I think I've seen this year. New mesoscale discussion. Let me check it out. And we got a new mesoscale discussion out over here for West Texas. That's going to be for supercells with a threat for large to very large hail and a couple of tornadoes likely this afternoon and evening. Oh, yeah. They also did a little MCS or a little update MCD out here. Threat for the occasional wind damage and a couple of tornadoes continues. So they are just talking about these storms. These are the ones that would have to have a tornado threat at some point today, which I would say is still theoretically possible. I wouldn't completely rule it out just yet. Not seeing any areas of strong rotation yet, but you never know. There's a little bit of shear in this area. If the storms can get mature and tap into that environment, it could technically still happen. There's a big if. Let's come back. Over to here really quick, and let's go look at some storms. Let's go gawk. Go gawk at some storms real quick. Let's see what this camera can see. I feel like this camera could probably turn around and see something cooler, but it is not. And you can see those storms off in the distance there. A little bit more isolated out over there. Back over here. There's this. Let me turn it back on our weather alerts. See if we can see this. Wow. There's yourself a shelf cloud. Look at that. This is just east of Nashville. That big storm coming towards Nashville. You mean the one to the west? These storms could be eventually make it close to the Nashville area. Yeah. Suddenly raining in Hendersonville, North Carolina. All right. Thank you for the report. It's practically El Reno. No, that wasn't El Reno 2.0. It was a very strong storm though. It is hard to get a storm that compares to El Reno, but it was definitely a Morton. Is it the city? Maybe just go double check what city that was. Pretty sure it's Morton. Yeah. It was a Morton 2.0, but it was definitely stronger than Morton. In my opinion, just by the velocities. But I mean, if it didn't hit anything, then we'll never know just how strong it was because it was pretty much over a field. Can you tell me anything bad will make it to Ackworth, Georgia? I really don't think so. I think that I think there's like a small chance for storms out there, like severe weather. But I mean, we're mainly talking on the variety of like 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds type storms. Nothing like overly tornadic. So I mean, it depends on what your threshold is for bad. For me, I don't think these kind of storms are bad at all. But you might be scared of severe weather, like just like this, like the 60-mile-per-hour windstorms, and then in that case, yeah, these will be bad for you. As long as you're indoors, I think you'll be perfectly fine from those guys. Seattle-ish people, what does that mean? Use my telepathic powers to make these storms spin? No. If telepathy was real, I would feel really bad for everybody in chat who lived in a city where a storm chaser lives. What a pretty view. I agree. It is a pretty view. No 10% tornado threats today, just 5%. But, 5% can sometimes act like a 10%. This depends on what the storms do. The environment over there in Colorado and Texas is looking pretty interesting. Yeah, no, we haven't had a tornado warning yet. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning back over here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, though, on this storm. Heading over towards Kentucky Lake, Paris, Tennessee. This is the view near Paris, near Brownsfield. Kind of see a storm there, but this camera could definitely give us a really nice storm view if it would just turn around. But it is not turning around. We're storm watching here for just a little bit. We got an opportunity here to see a shelf cloud, so we're taking it in. We keep on forgetting to come back, and I feel like if I go back and start looking at the storms again, we're going to miss it. What does Missouri look? I think I think you might have some more storms like overnight in Missouri. If I remember correctly. Can't remember if it goes south of you. Yeah, it's mainly like over there, like it's just south of Joplin where the worst of the severe weather will be. For the most part, though, Missouri gets missed. Small chance of severe weather, like in southern Missouri, at least according to our latest HRRR model. And that should be around like 5 a.m. to around 10 a.m. All right. Let's come back over, look at these storms again. Yeah, still not seeing any dangerous rotation yet. So they are still technically struggling. Back over here east of Nashville, these storms also don't have any rotation on them. Just your typical severe thunderstorm warning, pretty weak. Yeah, still 60-mile-per-hour winds heading off here east of Stevensville, heading towards Shiloh here in northeastern Alabama. That will eventually move into Georgia. That'll be your threat there in northeastern Georgia for that severe weather. Back over here near Virginia, where we have some 70-mile-per-hour wind potential that is heading down into Columbia and Cartersville now. And then back over here in West Virginia, still have this storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible heading towards Wardensville. Still not quite there yet. And then up here into New Hampshire, or into Massachusetts and New Hampshire, we have a 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour windstorm heading up towards Northampton and Sunderland. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued over here near Athol and Winchendon. There for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then over here near Concord and Bow, heading towards Pembroke, have another storm here with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind potential there. Even over in Pennsylvania is trying to get in on the severe thunderstorm action here near Alona. I have a severe thunderstorm warning moving down to the south and east there. And back over here in Colorado, still monitoring these storms. This one near Kim, Colorado, has 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, wow.
A new PD.
This has just been updated to a PDS severe thunderstorm warning with 2.75-inch hail. That's going to be moving off to the east to really just impacting Kim, Colorado. That's pretty much the only city in this area. So if you live in Kim, Colorado, watch out. That storm is dangerous. Destructive hail for sure. A little update over here near Cheyenne where we had that 70-mile-per-hour windstorm. Still warned for that as that pushes off towards Hillsdale, Burns, and Carpenter, Wyoming. Oh, wow. We even have a severe thunderstorm warning in Utah. Heading towards East Carbon here in Utah, north of Desolation Canyon Wilderness. Interesting. And that's the latest across the way here. Looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning east of Nashville to expire. Any storm chasers out today? Yeah, they should be live, actually. Let me double check. Storm Radar Media is going to be going live in 8 minutes. I think Pagey Tornado should be live unless she pushed hers back. Yeah, Pagey Tornado is live. We'll put her up in our Storm Chaser scenes here. This is Pagey Tornado. She's in Colorado, near Kirkwell, Colorado. She's approaching that storm that has that baseball-sized hail on it. Thank you, Pam Wild, for being a member for 26 months. Jeez Louise. Thank you so much. That's over 2 years. Paris is looking interesting. Yeah. I mean, you definitely got a storm nearby. This one's actually looking kind of interesting. There's actually a little area of rotation on the end of that. It's not very strong or concerning at the moment, but it seems like if we have a tornado threat still left, it's going to be over here near like Centerville, Aaron, Dixon, and then eventually into like the Nashville area if it can get started. Is it a one-time pay or a monthly? That's monthly for 26 months. Yeah. PA Storm Trackers is live too. Let's see if Storm Chaser Zach is live. Usually he goes live at like 4 p.m. too. He is going live at 6 p.m. Wow. He must be targeting those Texas storms. PA Storm Trackers. Where are they at? They're monitoring flash flooding in Pennsylvania. We're not going to use their stream today. Once Storm Runner Media goes live, we'll have them up as well. They should be live in 5 minutes. Rotation in Virginia. Let me check on it. Yeah, these storms are in the middle of nowhere. So unfortunately, we don't have any radars super nearby. Yeah. Their closest radar is out over here near Petersburg. That could be legitimate rotation, most likely rotation aloft on this storm. Hard to tell if that's near the surface, but hey, if we get any reports of anything considerable like in that aspect, they'll probably update this to like a tornado possible. And then they get close to Richmond. They've been slowly working. This one's moving pretty quickly. The one that was actually coming to potentially hit Richmond has lost its severe capabilities, at least for now. This one might come pretty close to Richmond as well. So what do y'all think? Over or under on a tornado happening over here in Tennessee today? Can I show the map in Colorado? Sure. Which storm is you? I'm assuming you want to look at these storms further up to the north. You're over. Okay. Wait, does that mean? I forget what that means. Honestly, I don't know why I said it. Does over mean you think it's going to happen, or does under mean you think it's going to happen? I forgot. I think it's staying discreet. Oh, okay, so that means you think it's going to happen. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh. Tornado warning up here. What? Yeah, we got a tornado warning over here in West Virginia. Heading down towards Capon Bridge, the Knolls, Lake Holiday. Is there even a tornado risk up here? There is not. Wow. Yeah, probably a low chance of that actually producing, but hey, maybe it does. So if you live in Capon Bridge and Lake Holiday, I'd be in your safe spots here in West Virginia going into Northern Virginia. There is 2 spotters in Virginia. On which storm? Kansas has already had a couple of tornadoes, Taco, so. Is he still working with me? Yeah, he is. I don't think he's going to be doing a shift today. I think he's going to be busy from like 7 to 11. So maybe if we get him to do a shift before 11, maybe, or before 7, he's pretty great. Thanks. I'm sure he appreciates that. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on them. We've had a lot of discrete supercells out here, but none of them have been able to like stay discrete for very long. But I still wouldn't rule out this part of the line eventually becoming tornadic. I think that's our highest chance for tornadoes. You want to check back over with our cameras. See if we have a better view of any of these storms yet. Oh yeah, look at that. A low cloud. Officially a low cloud there. Just waiting for one of these cameras to actually see something. See some rain back in there. I really want to see what these storms look like. What about this one? Yeah, you can see something back over there. A little bit of a shelf cloud out over there, but that's pretty much all we're going to see for now. There's really not much rotation on this thing. Oh, there we go. Someone's starting to pay attention. Turn it back to the right. Keep going. They are lost. Dang it. Almost had a view there of the storm. But that's how the storms look like over here. I mean, if they become tornadic, we will certainly let you guys know. But for now, they are continuing to struggle. We'll see. I am seeing like maybe some broader circulations developing on like some of these portions here, but it's very broad and very weak, so I'm not like overly concerned about it. Also, some broad circulation trying to develop on this storm as well. The latest scan on our tornado warned storm here in West Virginia. Still have an area of rotation here heading into Coldstream. I think that's what it's called, but there's a big freaking arrow in the way, so I can't tell. Let me turn that arrow off really quick. Yeah, heading into Coldstream. White Acre, Lake Holiday, and Cross Junction still need to be in their safe spots. Still a decent little area of circulation there. No, this is in Virginia and West Virginia. What happened by using this is WeatherWise. Make sure a pagey is current. Sometimes it gets behind. Yeah, it was. West Virginia is close to you. All right. Well, hopefully these storms stay away from you. Any tornadoes possible near New Hampshire? Pretty low chance for that. But I wouldn't rule out like a brief spin up. Like I technically think it's theoretically possible. Like, I mean, you can see this storm actually has some rotation over there near Anthel. A little bit broad, but wouldn't rule out like a tornado warning over there eventually. And there is a chance. These storms are clustering pretty quick, so if they're going to produce, it's going to have to be here within the next 30 minutes or so, or that tornado threat's probably going to go down quite substantially. How long am I going to be live for today? I don't know. I don't know. Really just depends on what the storms do. We might go live here for a little bit, and then end when we get a little bit more clarity on what's going to happen in Virginia. I mean, not Virginia, in Tennessee and Kentucky. Anything for Ohio? We are expecting some storms near Ohio. I think there's already some happening out over there. A couple of thunderstorms, yeah. Some of these could become severe, but we're not expecting anything like crazy, like tornadoes or anything. Will there be developing storms in Nashville? Yes. Nashville, Tennessee, we are expecting severe weather. Again, you guys already had one shot of storms that wasn't severe at the time. But then another chance with this line, if it can mature, there could be a tornado threat. But as of right now, our tornado threat is currently struggling, but we're still technically keeping an eye on it. And we got a little area of rotation here, but that is in the clear inflow of our storm, so that is likely contamination there. But yeah, these storms they do have some severe potential, and they do have some tornado potential if they can tap into the environment out there. It's not impossible. So that's why we're still keeping an eye up here. I promise. I'm gonna check back in with this. Yeah, latest scan. We're actually even stronger rotation now near Coldstream. Still, honestly, in my opinion, relatively weak. If this does produce a tornado, it'd be on the weaker side of things. But still, a tornado is a tornado. If you live in a Lake Holiday in Gore, West Virginia and Virginia, I would still be continuing to be in your safe spots. You made it home. Yay. Glad to hear that. Let's go check back in and see what these storms are looking like. Hopefully, they've turned the camera. Oh, yeah, look at that. I think that's the shelf cloud developing, pushing through. This is over here near Stewart County. Look how steadily this temperature has been dropping as this storm comes through. Dropped about 0.5 degrees. We'll check out over here near Paris. Wow, look at that. Probably the best view of these storms right now is from this camera. Is that a tornado? No. No, just this is a severe thunderstorm. Got a little shelf cloud here. A little bit of an updraft back up a little bit behind that as well. Little funnel shape. It's not a funnel. That's scud right there. Usually funnels are more cylindrical and smooth. You can see how choppy that looks. That is most likely scud. What is scud? Scud is like a little area of condensed moisture. It sometimes starts from like the ground and then moves up into like the updraft of a storm. For some reason, when you asked me that, I was thinking of that song. It's like, what is love? But instead of love, I was thinking scud. Don't hurt me no more. All these pretty clouds come towards Nashville. I mean, they are. These storms are going to come towards the Nashville area, most likely. All right, let's come back in and check in on our NATO warning out over here near West Virginia. Yeah, still an area of some decent rotation there near Coldstream. Still not seeing a debris signature, but again, still not ruling out a brief tornado with this as it moves down towards Lake Holiday, Virginia. Scud sounds corny. Well, it's Scud. I don't know. And nothing on CC yet. That's such a classic. It is. Dun, 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 dun. Evan, are you even old enough to remember that song in the first time it came out? I don't know. When did it come out? Did Palmyra, Tennessee ever have a tornado? No, but you have another chance coming up. We want to make sure Pagey is current again. For some reason, whenever I add a streamer or a YouTube feed, I have to constantly make sure that it is like current. Palmyra, Tennessee doesn't have anything right now in terms of like storms like close or like right on top of you, but you do have some storms developing out to your west that are trying to mature, to be fair. They're clustering a bit, so that might keep the tornado threat a little bit down, but we'll see. We'll see if they can do it. I would definitely be weather aware if you live in like Clarksville, Palmyra, Aaron, Dixon, as these storms come through. Yeah, let's go back to that camera. Look at that. There's a storm there. I do want to keep checking in on these other cameras, though, just making sure, because these ones could get a pretty darn good view if they tried. Whoever's operating these cameras are not trying at the moment. Well, I'm too sexy. Yeah, that song, my goodness. It is crazy that was like actually a thing for a while. Like all the things you could imagine that humanity would latch onto. But it was like similar to like the Gangman style. It was just kind of like a meme song. It is great, and it is a classic. You're right. Stormwater Media go live yet? They are live. All right, we got a new chaser on the scene. Let's go check it out. This is in Colorado as well. Probably nearly right next to Pagey Tornado. By the way, where is everybody in chat tuning in from? Nashville, Oklahoma, Colorado Springs, Georgia, Alabama, St. Louis, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Raleigh, Connecticut, Hazel Green, Alabama, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Clarksville, Mobile, Alabama, San Antonio, North Bama, Maryland, Scotland, Kansas City, Virginia, Winnipeg. Oh my goodness. We got someone from everywhere. All right, latest scan on our storm in West Virginia. Still has some rotation heading towards Lake Holiday. Not as organized as it was, but still technically present and still radar indicated. So no new updates from the ground that this is like anything different than what we think it is using radar. All right. Back over here, by the way, near Columbia. Still have a storm moving into Cartersville with some 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. And this one over here near Farmville with 60-mile-per-hour winds moving down to the south and east. And we still have some storms over here in Massachusetts that are continuing to be severe. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still pretty close to Northampton, about to come into Sunderland and Deerfield, and then back over here near Athol, heading towards Wichita. Still, another round of severe weather is on its way. That area of broad rotation is starting to die there, thankfully. And another significant severe thunderstorm warning issued for this storm. This is the storm that all the chases are on right now. This is warned for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Chorizo Springs. And that is the latest. Chilton County, Alabama. Oh, nice. Yeah, we do have a. Looks like most of our storms in Alabama are pretty darn weak. We got just kind of a lot of cluster, big old cluster here of some weak thunderstorms. Still wouldn't rule out a couple of these eventually becoming severe. I think our overall tornado threat further south in Alabama is pretty low. Looks like they're going to be extending this part of our line here as a special weather statement here for Clarksville and Palmyra. So our storms are still struggling quite significantly. What does the black mean on reflectivity? That usually means, some pretty heavy rain, and also looks like they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire there in West Virginia. Yeah, it can either mean that or big hail sometimes. Tornado Pagey is live. Yeah, we got her. Here we got Tornado Pagey out there in Colorado. She's got a great view of that storm. And then we also have Storm Runner Media, also, believe it or not, on the same storm. Butler, Pennsylvania. Yeah, we did have a couple folks over here from Pennsylvania that are watching right now. In Pennsylvania, we have a lot of little scattered thunderstorms near Grove City and Parker, Emporium. Also, quite a few storms over here into like southern Pittsburgh, heading towards Latrobe. All relatively weak right now, but I still wouldn't rule out some potential out there for some severe weather eventually. If we put this in motion, you can kind of see generally where these are going, kind of down to the south and east. Nice thunder at Gunnersville Lake. Yeah, I've been hearing little rumbles all day. You guys do have a little bit of a storm coming there towards Gunnersville. Enjoy. Non-severe. Should be pretty fun to look at, though. Pretty fun. Might even have like a little bit of a mezzo to it. Who knows? Was there a big tornado in Texas yesterday? Yeah, there was a huge tornado. I don't use the word huge often. That thing was massive. Let me turn off our tornado warning thing here and update our title as well. Where's the West Virginia storm heading? Eventually, it's going to try to make it down into like Winchester, Leesburg, and then maybe even to like northern Washington, D.C., close to Washington. But this thing shouldn't be overly tornadic. We're mainly talking about damaging winds, but it did try to do something there, but it didn't really do it very successfully. So I still think our tornado chances are pretty darn low with any of these storms, even though we just had a tornado warning. But it did not produce, I don't think, as far as the data says. So we have a new storm over here east of Colorado Springs. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Ellicott. Not seeing any rotation. It does seem like this storm is moving away from Colorado Springs now towards Ellicott. We got another one north of Colorado Springs over there near Genoa. A couple of thunderstorms out over here. Again, all these are special weather statements. Not really that strong of storms at all. But back over here, this is the storm of the day, at least in Colorado. Looks a little bit outflow dominant, but as far as I can tell on our storm chaser views, it does have a little mesocyclone back in there. See, Pagey has a pretty good view of that.
Okay.
There are crickets out there?
Oh, I haven't seen that color in a while. Don't leave. Look at it. Holy moly. Don't you come in here.
What are they talking about? They got an invader?
I'm recording that. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, that's the storm in Colorado. Some big hail in that. Heading down to the south and east towards Chorizo Springs, 2-inch hail potential in there. Back over here in Texas, still don't have too much initiation yet, but we do have storms trying south of Portales. Was there 4-inch hail in Lubbock? Yeah, there was. Yeah, those were just the crickets catching up to all the jokes I tried to make earlier today. That's them desert crickets. What's the difference? Do I believe in these storms? No. These ones in Tennessee, I do not believe in them. But hey, I've been wrong before. These ones over here are looking interesting, like this one, south of McDonald near Cleveland, Tennessee. Might have a little bit of a mezzo on that thing. Let's see if we can see any views out here in Tennessee. Do you want to check back in some of these storms? Oh, wow. Look how fast those clouds are moving by here. Some gustier winds there. Oh, yeah. Look at that. This is near Stewart County, Tennessee. Definitely some decent winds in this storm. Wow. Those are actually pretty strong winds. I think around 60-mile-per-hour winds there. They did downgrade this to a special weather statement, but it seems like it should have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Those are pretty close to 60-mile-per-hour winds. This camera sees. Oh, yeah, you can see the storm in the distance. There's a little bit of a shelf cloud coming. Look at that. Might capture a nice little shelf cloud with this cam. I will definitely try to remember to come back and look at that. I think that'll look pretty darn cool if you give it enough time. There's a little bit of that haze, but there's even this nice little blue strip in there. This could look pretty cool in like maybe 2 to 3 minutes. I'll try to remember to come back to that camera. Well, actually, we don't really have much to do. Why not? We'll just watch it. We'll watch it for a couple minutes. See if it turns into something cool. Let's talk about telepathy again. Sure. I want people in chat to tell me a time in their lives when they successfully used telepathy. I wish they would turn that camera just a tad to the right. Yeah, apparently I was talking bad about telepathy earlier today, saying it's not real. And then we ended up at that moment having like 40% of the people in chat believing that, or said that they believe that telepathy is real. Do I have telekinesis? No. Oh man, these clouds down here are starting to obscure the shelf cloud. Ooh, a little bit of lightning in there too. You believe in telemarketing. There you go. Now, telemarketing is definitely real. Let's come back over here, checking on these storms near Chattanooga. Yeah, we do have some storms slowly approaching Chattanooga here, still with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a camera in Chattanooga, but these storms are just kind of all rain right now. And then back over here near Dill in Tennessee, Tennessee, we have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds still coming up to you guys. That should start here pretty shortly there. Got a lot of scattered thunderstorms out over here near like Harriman, Knoxville, and Morristown. None of these are severe yet. Some lightning, though, and some heavier rain can't be ruled out, like what's happening over here in like northern Knoxville right now. Back over here near Virginia, the storm, still keeping an eye on it. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Farmville, north of Burkeville. Have a couple of other severe thunderstorms, or not severe, but thunderstorms in this area. It looks like that one that was coming towards Richmond has completely died off there. And then these storms over here have lost their severe thunderstorm warnings and all of their rotation. So that's good news over there for West Virginia and northern Virginia. And back over here in Massachusetts, we still have storms ongoing over here near Northampton. These guys are moving up towards Sonderland and Deerfield. Still want you guys to be indoors and away from windows. And then over here near Winchendon, still have that another round of severe weather coming through. Maybe even a little area of rotation over here near Templeton.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here east of Colorado Springs. Wow. Heading towards, what? Where did they warn that? Must have some sort of report on this storm because there's not a whole lot of rotation whatsoever on this. So I'm guessing we have like a little land spout threat developing here. So if you live in Ellicott, be in your safe spots there in the old Colorado. This is our storm near just to the east of Colorado Springs. Let me see if I have any cameras up there. Let me see if I have any cameras. There might be some cameras up there. Maybe so, maybe so. I know there's some in Colorado Springs. Not sure how many there are east of Colorado Springs, though. And there's one camera kind of close to this. Let me see what it looks like. Yeah, it's looking at the ground. Not going to be helpful. They just get a view of an emergency vehicle running off to the east, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any rotation, so what I'm assuming is happening here is we got some sort of funnel or something reported on this storm. Wow, look at this view from Storm Hunter Media. Make sure this is live. It's not. That's great. There we go. Look at that. Little storm over there in Colorado with some 2-inch hail inside of it. Yeah, it's definitely got some rotation aloft potentially on it. Let me check a little bit higher. Yeah, that's why they warned it. It's got some rotation trying to come down to the surface. You see right there near my hand where those reds and greens are touching. But near the surface, there's not much. There is a little thing here. That's probably why they warned it. Just to make sure that rotation never comes down. Wow, Paige's view is also pretty nice. Look at that. Nice little supercell there in southern Colorado. This one should be the tornado threat for today. At least the chances of our strongest tornado possible today is probably going to be there in southeastern Colorado, near the Panhandle, heading close to like Guyman eventually. No, we weren't talking about Connor Croft. We're talking about somebody else. Yeah, I re-enabled DVR. Send me an update. Let me check. We have a very important update here. We have dogs on what looks like trampolines. Are those dog trampolines? How's Chaz? He's doing good. I don't see wheels on them. I think those are trampolines. That was sent in by Sandy. Sandy, can you confirm if those are trampolines? Ooh. That shelf cloud's coming in pretty nice. Check this out. That's looking pretty cool. This is what's coming towards Palmyra, by the way. Oklahoma City will probably be later with a wind threat. I've ever seen a tornado? I have. I've seen quite a few. I used to storm chase locally, and then I took it out to the plains once. I don't storm chase that often, but when I do, I'm usually successful. CMA Fest is going on in Nashville. Yeah, they've probably already, if I had to guess, they've probably already postponed it at this point. They did get some thunder earlier. Yeah, this is this storm out over here, just west of Clarksville. Still in our tornado watch. I mean, still no areas of rotation in our tornado watch yet. Back over here in southeastern Tennessee, we still have a storm over here near Chattanooga, moving off to the east towards Red Bank, Chattanooga and East Ridge. And another one back over here with the same kind of category of storm. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Cleveland and Ocoee. And then still a mess of storms over here, really from Manchester, Tennessee, all the way to Pikeville, with some severe thunderstorms there with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Pikeville, Tennessee. And we got another one severe back over here now towards Rogersville, Surgeonsville, and also Baileyton. Here with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds incoming. Back over here near Virginia, we're continuing to see these storms every now and then continue to either have a severe thunderstorm warning or they lose it and then it comes back. Still happening here, moving down to the south and east towards Chula, Amelia Courthouse, Winterpock, and Powhatan. And this one over here is heading with the same kind of caliber of stuff, heading towards Rice, Moran still. And then back over here near Massachusetts, still have a storm heading towards Amherst. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds there. And this one has now left the severe thunderstorm warning, and they haven't extended it yet. So will they? Still remains to be seen. Let's check back in on this tornado warning, see if that rotation has made it down to the surface. It has not yet. Yeah, and latest scans indicating that it lost its rotation aloft too. So unless this thing's got some sort of land spout potential, it's probably not going to produce. And they're probably going to allow that tornado warning to expire. But we'll see what kind of reports comes out of that. This is the current view of our severe thunderstorm warned storm in southern Colorado. Looks like it might be developing a wall cloud on it. Yeah, Pagey's got a view of that too. That definitely looks wall cloudy. Even got a little bit of an inflow tail there. Yeah, some of the storms are a little bit feisty out there. That's true. Let's go back and look at that shelf cloud. I want to keep an eye on that shelf cloud. That thing looks crazy. Look at that. Awesome shelf cloud. And there's like this even little blue strip on the top side of it. That is so cool. Let's see it at the camera. Sure. I just want to tell everybody. By the way, this is the storm that is going to be heading into Clarksville soon. Do want to see what it looks like from Clarksville. Okay, yeah, this is definitely our best view. Tornado and Kim. Not seeing any tornado. Don't think Nashville or Clarksville will get a tornado anytime soon. Yeah, it seems like the tornado threats are really struggling. You know, this morning it kind of seemed like there might have been a case to make, but all the storms kind of clustered really fast. And as you can see, a lot of them are becoming outflow dominant. So I still don't believe in these storms, but you never know. Still might see a surprise. Oh, this is cool. I think I think the shelf cloud's like gonna hit the camera because this camera is pretty elevated. Yeah, I mean, I can believe that storm is rotating. It has a wall cloud, but we don't have any tornado on it yet. But it can definitely try to produce. We're still keeping an eye on it. We'll go check out the radar on it in just a moment. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. These storms are actually going towards people. Look at that back there. Oh, I have to click so you guys can see my cursor. Look at all that blue. Such a picturesque shelf cloud. Yeah, we're now in the shelf cloud. Clarksville and Nashville has a shelf cloud. Yeah, this is what's coming into the Clarksville area. This beautiful shelf cloud. So if you're a shelf cloud fan in Clarksville, you're gonna want to see this. This thing looks awesome. Thank you, Sandy, for the 10. Thank you so much. They're not trampolines, they're litter square hammocks. Ranger has to stay in place no matter what happens for safety. It's important in a rescue situation. Oh, so they're training. Gotcha. Storm is coming into Palmyra. Yeah. This storm is coming into your area. It's going to hit Palmyra first. Wow. Still beautiful. I mean, look at those oranges on the left and then the blues on the right. It's like such a really cool contrast in colors here. Somebody's saying there's a tornado in Kim. There is not a tornado in Kim. Again, this is what the storm in Kim looks like. Unless they're in the wrong area to view it. It's not even warned. If it gets tornado warned, we'll look at it. But what you're probably looking at is hail contamination, and what you think is a CC is probably just hail on the CC. Yeah, we do have one more camera kind of close by. We can watch this storm go into Clarksville. Yeah, can't quite see that shelf cloud yet from that camera. We'll come back to it. I promise. All right, let me go check out the storm over here near Kim. I don't know what to think about that. That could be something. That is like right in the middle of a hail spike. It doesn't really make much sense. I mean, we got storm chasers like literally right there. Oops. and there is definitely no tornado. So I think that's all hail contamination for now. But it wouldn't surprise me if there was some like
new
rotation
tornado warning has been issued
in there. Yeah, new tornado warning has been issued for this storm. But I still say the same thing. There's definitely hail contaminated circulation there. So it's not as strong as what it appears. Because trust me, if that was like the real rotation that was on the storm, there would be a tornado on the ground right now. But there isn't a tornado yet for this storm. But yeah, I mean, there's no. If you live in like Kirkwell or Edler here in Colorado, I'd be in your safe spots. Let's go check back in on this tornado warning here in Colorado. Yeah, let me check a loft again. Yeah, they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire if they haven't already. Yeah, that'll definitely. Hey, what did that warning text say? A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Schriever Space Force Base. Learn something new every day. Apparently, this is where some of the United States Space Force is. Yeah, this right here. Aliens. It's where the aliens land. Oh, no. A little interesting area of rotation developing here near McKinnon now. It's kind of in a weird area of the storm. I'm not sure just how legitimate that is, but let's go back and see if we have any updates on the shelf cloud progress towards Clarksville. I definitely want to see that thing again. That was a nice shelf cloud. Yeah, it still seems like we're obscured by like some sort of moisture.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued, and that's going to be for these storms back over here near Clovis, Portales, and Lubbock.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
That's going to be for Artesia, Carlsbad, Hobbs, Andrews, Lubbock, Big Spring, Snyder, Hereford, Canyon, Amarillo, Pampa, Borger, Dumas, Dalhart, and Guymond. Also just had a decent upgrade. Or no, what was that? It wasn't that one. Oh, this one. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds are now expected on this storm, heading towards the space, or over the Space Force base, heading towards Truckton, Yoder, and Rush here in Colorado. That's east of Colorado Springs. Good news is on this Colorado tornado warning, if something happens, we'll see it. Spaceship tornado percentage, 0%. Unfortunately for the Space Force.
A new tornado.
Let's listen in here to the Chasers real quick.
Honestly, makes me wonder like why these roads even exist. I'm glad they do, but like what's out here and who needs to get out here? Right.
I'm not sure if y'all heard that, but Stormrunner Media was like, I'm starting to wonder why these roads exist. Like, what's out here for these roads to go to? It's a fair statement. Is this page? You know, this is Stormrunner Media. They're in the tornado warning here in Colorado, in southeastern Colorado, and this is our storm.
Road H.
They're on Road H. Next to, believe it or not, next to Road A. You'd think it'd be next to
Yep, I don't really see much behind
Road
it.
I.
I agree. It's got to be just contamination. Also, the radar beam is literally at like 11, probably 12,000.
I heard that from the Freddie McKinney himself. Seems to think that rotation is also contamination, which I agree. As all the storm chasers are looking right at that. That's what we're seeing there, and there is really not much to say about it. There's definitely not a large and extremely dangerous tornado there. That's just all hail. And we got hail contamination. We even had a hail spike on this storm at one point. Yeah, you can see it. We got a double hail spike there. So there's definitely some large hail in here. I would say it's probably bigger than 2-inch hail. But and they did allow that tornado warning to expire near Colorado Springs, by the way. All right, let's come back over here and check in on our tornado watch. Yeah, looks like the little area of circulation was not legitimate there near Clarksville. We do have that storm coming in, so let's go check back on it. Check back in on it. Check back in on it. Gotta bring this up. There we go. Come on, give us a shelf cloud. You know you wanna. Oh, you can kind of see it back there. A little bit. Ah, sheep grazers. Got it. If they were a true Space Force, they'd knock out Skynet satellites. No, Space Force is not for domestic stuff. It's for like if like Russia were to like launch like a space, like there's something called rods. I don't remember if it's rods of God or rods from God. They're basically like huge tungsten rods that if you drop them, their kinetic force is like insane if you drop it from space because tungsten is like a really heavy metal. And you had like a Russian satellite up there with that kind of capabilities orbiting the Earth. That's what the Space Force is for, to like launch a ship up into space and knock that out. The shelf cloud could rotate. It's possible, yeah. It is technically possible. That experiment failed. Yeah, it's like really hard to launch those into space. Very heavy. By the Gap band, right? Are you asking about this storm? Judy? This is near like Reginier. It will eventually try to make it into like, it seems like it's diving almost straight southeast, to be honest. Yeah, kind of diving southeast. Oh, that's what I was paraphrasing. Yeah. Sorry, I'm very unfamiliar with like song titles and musician names. But I like know most songs that people talk about. I just don't know who makes them because I just don't ever commit that to memory. I'm also horrible with just names in general. Yeah, there's a tornado watch out over here in New Mexico, south of Portales. We got a couple of storms out there north of Tatum. We got another, looks like this one over here near Lubbock went severe with some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, that's moving out of Lubbock pretty quick, but it's going to be heading up and towards near New Deal and Abernathy. I am wondering where this outflow boundary is today out here, because that will be important for at least our southern tornado risk out here. I guess that's it. It is just south of it seems like it's just south of Lubbock. See the storms bubbling up in Colorado. Also, a lot of storms bubbling up over here in Tennessee. Kind of a pretty broad scale view there. Even got a storm out over here over the Atlantic. Lots of stuff happening. How are those wildfires doing? They're still producing smoke, but it seems like you guys might be getting some rain up there in Canada. That might be helping with the fires. Kentucky have a tornado watch? They do, but it seems like the tornado chances are pretty darn low in Kentucky right now. This is kind of the only area of the storms that I'm interested in out here, and they're definitely not doing much. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm watch, though. A new severe thunderstorm warning, sorry, for Clarksville. Let's go see if we have a new view. Oh, yeah. There's that shelf cloud slowly coming in. It's like a double shelf cloud. There's like one part down here and another one up to the top of it. I think this is a rolling cloud. I think this is our real shelf cloud. Time to start thinking supper. I actually ate pretty late today, so probably like within the next, what time is it? 5 p.m. Yeah, like 2 hours. I'll be thinking supper. And unfortunately, we won't have Connor, so he's going to be watching hockey. Got a mod. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in, Kim. Have fun modding. Hopefully, you don't have any too crazy chatters out there. That's side lobe contamination, weather nerd. Beautiful shelf cloud. Not as cool as it was earlier, but it still looks pretty darn cool. Not gonna lie. What's for supper? Probably rice and chicken. Get down on it. Thanks, Judy. That song is officially stuck in my head now. Nasty microwave leftover pizza. Oh, leftover frozen pizza. Oh, man, this storm looks crazy though. That is such a cool looking storm coming into Clarksville, Tennessee. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, you better get over there quick because if he's going live, you know he's got so many viewers over there. I can't even imagine trying to mod Max. Can't even imagine. You think a tornado will spawn off of that storm in South Carolina? I don't think so. No, the tornado chances in South Carolina are pretty low, to be honest. But there are some storms near Beaufort. Well, never mind. And there's no storms in South Carolina. So you'll be all right. Oh, shelf cloud. Oh, sorry. I think a tornado will spawn in the shelf cloud. I mean, if it were to happen at all in Tennessee, it would spawn out of the shelf cloud, but we're not seeing any rotation. It's just mainly a severe thunderstorm. It looks like they are continuing that tornado warning. And they're also saying that there is tennis ball sized hail possible. There is a population of 13 people in that tornado warning. They could have just texted them. Yeah, Lauren, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, if I were to assume, like, that had to have been a fake voice at one point that Max uses, but you got to keep in mind he has been wanting to be like a broadcast meteorologist like since he was like 5, and so I think he developed that voice when he was like 5 to 6 years old. So I'm pretty sure, like now that like that is just his real voice. Clarksville, no, this is in Tennessee. I'll check it out for you. But you keep on saying that there's rotations, and then they keep on not being rotation. Yeah, near Lyman, that's very weak rotation. Not concerning. All right, we're losing the view of our shelf cloud here, but yeah, if you live in Clarksville, you got a severe thunderstorm of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds coming in your way. You're starting to get those blues trying to come back in there. There is still a little bit of that blue there. That's his normal voice. Yeah, I think that is his. I think my theory is that he developed it at a very young age because he's just always wanted to do broadcast weather, and I think that's probably was his first initial thought of how the voice should be, and I think that I refuse to believe that he was born with it though. But hey, maybe so. But you gotta remember that dude was doing mock broadcasts super duper young. He's like a weather prodigy. So I think that's what it was. I think that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Yeah, latest scan over here. Looks like we have some severe weather now happening just east of Birmingham, Alabama, heading into Pell City. And back over here near Dayton, 60-mile-per-hour winds are coming to you guys, and over here near Cleveland as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even some 1-inch hail. They're south and east of Cleveland. Looks like most of the rain has moved out of Chattanooga. And we still have a storm over here. Kind of a line of storms about to move into Jefferson City and Morristown. And then 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds about to head into Baileyton. Back over here in Virginia, still have this storm. I feel like it is developing a little bit of rotation that appears to be in the inflow of the storm, but I wouldn't rule them out warning that, but it probably won't do much. If you live in Crewe, I'd be at least indoors and away from windows from the severe threat. And then back over here near Waterpock, 60-mile-per-hour winds are still heading towards you. Looks like these storms are going to go just west of Richmond, Virginia. So Richmond should not really experience too much of anything out of that. And it looks like they did throw a new warning on this storm near Front Royal, heading down towards Apple Lake, Mountain Lake, and Linden there in Virginia. And then we have, looks like these storms over here are clustering more into a line of storms with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible all the way on all these portions of the storms near Goshen, Simsbury, Granbury, Enfield, Chicopee, Springfield, Agawam, Belchertown, and Shutesbury. Looks like the storm's moving into Clarksville right now. So let's go and check out how strong it is. Tennessee clouds are dark. Yeah, Tennessee is going to have some pretty dark clouds. I mean, these storms, they're not necessarily super strong, but they're definitely tall. And that's going to block out a lot of light. And so a lot of the clouds and storms out there will look pretty dark. But to be fair, a lot of these storms really aren't that strong. A lot of rain, a lot of lightning, but I think our tornado threat is it's not doing it, which is great news. Lots of good coverage now. Yeah. Yeah, I really like it. I mean, it's crazy. Just YouTube weather has been doing such phenomenal work. It is the new wave, and it'll be here for a while. It's crazy. I've been going live for 3 years on my channel, and it's still kind of in its infancy. Latest update on this storm here in Colorado. Still, looking at radar is pretty much pointless here. these storms are
Now we gotta go pretty far
really
south
far
to
away
see
from
the
radar.
south option.
But as far as we could tell, still
Yeah, but then if we go south,
not really much of a wall
by the
cloud
bay, we
yet.
have to go
But
all
again,
the way
keep in
around.
mind that this storm is warned for some tennis ball sized hail that's coming pretty close to eventually Regineer
Yeah,
in
it's screwed.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, it just depends on how south this thing is gonna freaking go.
Thing is, if you want to try and go all the way east back to Campo,
Hey,
you
Mark,
gotta do that
I appreciate that.
now because pretty soon.
No, none of these tornadoes have debris, or this tornado warning does not have debris, no.
Oh,
From what I think this thing just north of Boise City, so it's just a matter of what is the best way to that point, I guess.
And Connor seems to think if this thing tries to produce, it's going to be just north of Boise City, which is small town, but there are peeps that live there. It's actually a pretty close, there's a lot of people that live in this little small town. Hopefully it misses them. At least if there's a tornado. And hopefully if we get a tornado out of this storm, which seems probable, at least according to our latest models, hopefully it's in the middle of a field. Needs to be a radar in Boise City. Yeah, that would be a pretty good spot. Yeah. Also got a new severe thunderstorm warning out over here for Wenatchee, south of Ariba. It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on this storm, extending it just a little bit further to the east for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, watch out over here near Pueblo. We have a $half or golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds coming towards Pueblo, Colorado. It's a decently strong storm. Definitely keep on your toes there in Pueblo. That is definitely. So we might have a view of that. Hold on. Come over to here. It's this camera. This is what it looks like just outside of Pueblo. It is dark. It is definitely dark. And they'd allowed that tornado warning to expire, so that's great news. Looks like everybody's on the same page, thinking that is just a bunch of side lobe contamination. But I think it's still worth keeping an eye on. I think we'll keep the storm chasers up and keep on looking at it. Check back over here. Yeah, these storms are falling apart. They are absolutely falling apart here. We do have more storms trying to develop back out west, but this environment's pretty scraped over. Those storms are going to have a really hard time even getting to severe status. Pueblo, not Pueblo. All right, Pueblo it is. You're eating Velveeta mac and cheese cups. They give you what? Pueblo is Spanish for town. Oh, I gotcha. Tennessee storms are just collapsing. Yeah. I mean, they're trying. Don't get me wrong. But they're just not getting it done, thankfully. They certainly tried. Yeah. Yeah, like I theorized earlier in the stream, it looks like this entire area has now become cold air dominant. A lot more stable air is now out here. So I don't think these storms are really going to be able to overcome that unless we get a significant amount or a significant uptrend in our lower level shear, which we do not have. Yeah, the tornado threat now out over here in our Tennessee, I'm pretty confident is pretty darn close to zero now. All right, Mark. And good luck with that. Let me see. Oh, I see you. The weirdo. You're not weird. But you do believe in telepathy, which makes you normal in my book. You're the right kind of weird, not the wrong kind. Wow, look at this view from Storm Hunter Media. Definitely a mesocyclone on this storm. I mean, theoretically speaking, tornado could be possible with this storm eventually. But that kind of mesocyclone definitely can't rule it out. Oops.
Okay, it looks like we're probably going to be able to outrun it. At least the majority of it. I'm surprised we haven't been hit by any of these stones, though, because they are falling.
I think we should definitely get like a dust-nado. At the very least, out of this storm. Looks promising. It kind of does. It kind of looks like it might try. Eventually. It's not quite there yet, though. It's a little bit on the small side. At least, or not small side, but a little bit on the outflow dominant kind of side of things. But it is developing a pretty nice meso there that is rain-free, so kind of looking like the best it's had in a while, or since it started. So it could eventually get there. This is the best radar out here. All right, now where's everybody tuning in for? Clarksville, your storm is pretty much over you right now, but it should start to get less intense here shortly. Tennessee storms are gone because it's getting cold. Yeah, surface. So when you get a lot of rain, it spreads around a lot of cold air and it stabilizes the atmosphere. Like a monster storm in Colorado. I mean, it's definitely a strong storm. It's got tennis ball sized hail on it. There's just a difference between a dust-nado and a tornado. Dust-nado is pretty much just like a little eddy that forms, along an outflow boundary of vorticity, and that vorticity can like spin up little surface, little dusty spin ups. But it's not like it's not associated with like the storm's updraft. Now, when you get like a tube, a funnel, or a ground circulation underneath an updraft or a mesocyclone, jeez.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Why is that so loud? That shouldn't be that loud, but it is loud. Let me turn that down just a tad. But yeah, when that's called a tornado when they're I'm assuming our PDS severe thunderstorm warning came from this guy. No, came from somewhere else. Oh wow, that's this storm heading into Pueblo or Pueblo. Baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is nuts. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is a very dangerous storm coming into the Pueblo, Colorado area. If you live in Pueblo, please be sheltered in place at the very least. This is a strong storm. 70-mile-per-hour winds can help knock out power, knock over trees. That can hit power lines, and the large hail, the baseball-sized hail can break windows. You're just curious for Minnesota weather. Not expecting much in Minnesota. It seems like these storms in Texas are kind of struggling. This one over here in Lubbock, though, is still hanging around. This thing really hasn't moved much since the last time we talked about it. Oh, actually, it has. So this one went up to the north, and then we had another one just kind of behind it that just developed just north of Lubbock. We do have cameras near Pueblo. Let me get one set up at least. What are you doing, Chazzy? What? Fine. Oh, wow. Look at this camera. That one might have a good view. I want to see if we have any that are like close to a road where you can see like the hail if it comes in. I also would like to have one that's looking towards the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Let's see for where. For this storm. That is heading towards Reginer. Needs to be in their safe spots here in Oklahoma. Got a storm coming your way. Could eventually try to drop a tornado. Here's our view of the tornado warned storm. And as you can see, it is becoming a little bit rain wrapped right now. I think use links for the two. We all donated $2. What rating would it get? What do you mean by rating?
Where? For this storm? Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say that makes more sense. Yep, just gotta get over there. About to turn east in a half mile. There's softball-sized hail in there, guys. Apparently. So this is the Amarillo.
Also, Terry, I just saw on Venmo that you gave me $100 on Venmo. I just noticed that. So huge shout out to Terry for the $100 donation.
Yep, soup balls.
Like a tornado rating.
What do you guys really think?
That would be EF5 because there is like 600 people watching. So $2 per person, that would equal $1,200, which would be a lot. I think for that amount of money, I might attempt to do a backflip. It'd be crazy. You know, I have 50 characters to work with. Hey, you tried. You tried your best. Yeah, I mean, looking at Storm Hunter Media's stream, doesn't look overly tornadic. Here's Pagey's stream on a different portion of the storm. Seeing much there either. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it does. Yeah, the storm is still approaching Pueblo, still with that baseball-sized hail threat. About to move into Pueblo. $100-mile-per-hour tornado. Yeah, exactly. Still waiting for the fable of the F6. We do need an EF6 rating, though. That's for sure. Just in case. What the heck's happening on Pagey's stream? Why does that look NATO-like?
Is that a funnel? I don't either. Huh? Yeah. I don't know.
Have I ever rated a tornado? No. I think it's Scud, yeah. As far as I can tell. It looks suspicious. I'm not seeing much rotation around it, though, so... If I had to assume it's Scud. It's on the part of the storm where, like, I would assume maybe some, like, land spout action being possible, because they're, like, back over here. There's our area of rotation. Looks broad. Still dealing with a heck of a lot of contamination. I mean, our radar here, quote unquote, on our closest radar is looking 16,000 feet up into this storm. Comes with me. Yeah, look at that. If you go up into the upper tilts, the storm disappears. Because that's how high we're looking up. We're looking up to the very top of the storm when we go into the upper tilts now. It looks whack. Okay. Thanks for letting us know. A whack storm. Trying to hype up the crowd. Nah. I mean, everybody here is watching because they want to see a tornado. Or they want to see a cool storm. There is nobody in our stream watching because they are in a tornado warning. So, yeah. People are probably getting a little bored. If you got anybody from Pueblo, watch out. If you got anybody in chat from Pueblo, Colorado? No, I think the El Reno was like close to 300, wasn't it? Or like high in the 200s. I forget. Oh, yeah. Also, people here to learn. Enjoy my company. Yeah. There we go. Oh, wait a second. Are these storms in Tennessee? No, never mind. There's a really broad circulation. I thought that might be something for a second, but I think that's a little bit of contamination. Yeah. One in channel, 60-mile-per-hour wind, still heading into Blackstone there. And then back over here, south of Winchester. Still got this storm heading towards Marshall and New Baltimore. We still got these severe thunderstorm warnings over here near Massachusetts. About to head into Springfield, Massachusetts. Northern Connecticut as well, heading into Granby, Simsbury, and Enfield, Connecticut. And then one in channel, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading in towards Chicopee and Springfield, Massachusetts. You always associate El Reno with Tim Samaras? Yeah. Can't even imagine, man. That guy was a legend. Really one of the smartest storm chasers out there. And it just goes to show you can be... I just realized, is that a sweat thing on my hat? Hold on. It's so obvious on camera. I didn't even realize. We got a salt stain. It was hot today, man. I was sweating a lot. We also come here to watch me pronounce names. Yeah, I'm sure you guys, that's like the best part of most of my streams. All right. I do want to come back over to our cam in Pueblo. Check to see if any of our cameras have an eye on this thing yet. I think that's the hail core back over there. Let me just double check all of our cameras here. Oh, yeah. Yes, this is the baseball-sized hailstorm coming into Pueblo right now. I think most of our hail is about to come into southern Pueblo. So I want to watch this camera for the hail, because these are where the cars are. Anything new for Nashville? Not really. Line of storms coming, maybe some severe potential, but softball sized? Wow. Thankfully, that softball sized hail is falling in the middle of nowhere. Can't imagine. We had a softball sized hailstorm in friggin' Lubbock earlier. Yesterday, that was crazy. Rocky Ford. We're going towards like Boone and like Ordway and Sugar City. Yeah, I bet you Storm Hunter Media is running from that storm right now. Yeah, we'll come back. The storm's not quite there yet, but we'll come back and check in on that. Yeah, so this is the storm over here near Nashville. And as you can see, it's moving off to the east. I think our tornado chances out here are pretty darn low at the moment. Environment's been kind of worked over. Little area of rotation's trying back over here with this storm near Paris, though. I still do have some attempts happening back over here. Environment's pretty stable. Let me see. I think we have a camera there near Paris. Let me see what that looks like in real life. Ah, looks like raindrops. Hey, John, I appreciate it. Southeastern Colorado. Yes, southeastern Colorado is in a tornado watch. Much on that camera. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that concerns me here, but I can't see the rotating part of the storm yet. It should be coming over this camera shortly. So let's just stay here for a little bit, see if we see anything. What's the worst tornado I've experienced? I think it was the Hackleberg EF5 tornado. Uh, died in my county. And there's also a lot of little tornadoes around that. We had power was out for like 5 days after that thing came through. This is during 2011. I lived in northern Alabama during the super outbreak. It was crazy. Yeah, there's definitely something back in there popping out from the rain. What is that? It's pretty low. Worst tornado I've ever covered. Um, I don't know. We've had so many bad ones. It's hard to pick one. I mean, the London tornado was really bad. Trying to think of like in terms of like the worst impacts. I mean, there was that one EF3 that went to Arkansas that had like really bad impacts there. I've covered so many. I don't know. I don't really pay attention too much to the aftermath. Or at least commit it to memory. Like I see photos of it and stuff like that, and I see statistics, but I don't really commit it to memory too well. I mean, there's definitely a couple of lowerings in this storm near Paris, Tennessee, but I'm not seeing anything like tornadic, like obviously rotating yet. Still trying to see if this rain will clear out just a little bit better here so we can see. Yeah, rolling fork. Yeah, that's probably one of the worst ones. Yeah, for sure. In terms of impacts, lives impacted. EF4 in Lake City. No, that one did a lot of damage, but I mean, it only impacted like, I mean, it definitely had some bad impacts, but I think rolling fork had even worse. That London, Kentucky one had a lot of bad impacts too. That one recently, I would say like that one is close. Let me check back in our radar here. I mean, that's a decent area of rotation. It's like right over the camera. While we're watching this camera. Don't go down. We need you. Andover. I don't think I was live for that one. I still worked for Ryan during the Andover storm. I actually went to Andover and did a lot of interviews out there. And there's this one lady that I interviewed. She said that she didn't even know the tornado was coming until her kids like ran it. Like she was like her kids were on the trampoline. She looked out the window at her kids, and then she saw the tornado. And then that's when they went to take their shelter. I mean, her house, unfortunately, it was just completely in shambles. And thank you, Mark, for the 2. Is the weather trend getting worse, in my opinion, for where? Like, you know, like in general, or like which state? Or like by state? I'm still not seeing anything back there. There's still a lot of like low hanging clouds, though. Definitely wouldn't rule out a tornado warning there in Tennessee in the short term. If that continues to tighten up, it's not quite there yet. It's like definitely rotating, but doesn't have strong rotation right now. But I wouldn't rule them out trying to warn on that. I will say the good news about that storm is it's pretty clustered here. So there's definitely a chance that just doesn't do anything. Latest on this storm, still warned for now. Looks like they dropped it down to 3-inch hail, but still some pretty strong storm. Broad rotation still on this storm. This is what it looks like right now. You can see it's out in the middle of a field. Not harming anybody, but it is getting pretty darn close to this one little city. Reginier. Got a couple houses out there. Got some more severe thunderstorms, or another severe thunderstorm over there near Kim. We still got this one. Looks like the storm is starting to move a little bit more to the east. It is pretty close to that outflow boundary. This might be the storm of the day here in Texas. Near Lubbock. That one seems like it's positioned just right. Let me see. Storm Chaser Zach should be pretty close to going live. I don't think he goes live. I think he's chasing in Texas. He is live. I swear, every time I look at his stream, it looks like he's in like this. It looks like he's just like looping his stream, but I know he's not. He's just been chasing in the same area for so long. It's like, I swear he's been driving by like the same roads. I don't know where he is. So there is that. We will throw him under. If I do see something, we'll come back over to him, check in on that. But he's probably somewhere near Lubbock, if I had to guess. Either that or near Morton, Texas. Temperature is starting to drop. That means trouble. Where? Got a new 70-mile-per-hour wind warning with this storm south of Pueblo. Looks like Pueblo missed out on the worst of it, thankfully. And it took a southeast turn. Looks like they've also dropped that hail down to ping pong ball-sized hail. This is going towards nowhere. My goodness. There's not even a road out here. Okay, there's one road. Red Top Road. If you live near Red Top Road, watch out. 70-mile-per-hour winds are coming pretty close to you there. Back over here near Genoa, Hugo, and Flagler. I still have a couple instances here where 60-mile-per-hour winds or ping pong ball-sized hail could be possible there. In Tennessee, we're watching this storm. It just went through Clarksville. Next in line is going to be Ashland, Pleasant View, and Cooperton here in Tennessee. This one over here near Paris still has a little bit of rotation to it. Let's go take one last look at that little camera. What is that? That looks suspicious, but I can't tell what it is. $141 subs needed. Yeah, we ain't getting there today. Ain't getting there today. Or probably tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow is better. Man, that looks so suspicious, but I think that's just like a very low-hanging, like, scud bomb cloud. It looks like a wedge. I don't think it is. Oh my gosh, look at this. Got a lot of suspicious scud. This is in Paris, Tennessee. Scud City. Is Oklahoma or Nebraska getting tornadoes? I think Oklahoma might have a small chance. Let me just go check our latest models on that. I think we're expecting another MCS over there. Yeah. Like these storms over here, like in the Panhandle, could definitely see maybe a brief tornado up from that storm, and then overnight that should transition more into like a damaging wind threat. Wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado with that as it transitions into that damaging wind threat, like just like to the south and west of Oklahoma City. That'd be like way late at night though. It looks like they did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire. We still have one severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee. That's going to be 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Ocoee, Tennessee. Thankfully, no rotation on this storm. And then back over here south of Gadsden in Alabama, we have another 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour windstorm heading your guys' way there in Gadsden and Jacksonville. Then back over here near Virginia, still keeping an eye on this guy, heading down to the south and east towards McKinney, Warfield, Alberta, and Lawrenceville. A couple little areas of broad rotation on that thing. I don't think it's going to produce a tornado by any means, but it is still interesting. Back over here in Massachusetts, in Connecticut, I still have some 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. This storm really hasn't moved that much. I swear we've been covering this storm for like 30 minutes, and it's still kind of in the same area. Could have a little bit of a flood threat developing there. Let me see. We got a flood warning there yet. Yeah, we do have some flash flood warnings over here near Hollyoak. Radar indicated 1 to 2 inches per hour. That could lead to some significant flooding. So I'd watch out over there. Wouldn't rule out some dangerous road conditions out there. Lots of thunder and lightning. About to head into Maine. Wow. It's crazy. It is Maine thunderstorm season, though. I want to go over to that camera one more time. Yeah. All right. I'm satisfied in my curiosity on that storm. Something going on. Yeah, I mean, I've been watching. This is the one. That's the one we've been watching near Paris, but it looks like it's becoming more outflow dominated now. We have 2 radars semi-close. This is probably our closest run, and it looks like it's mainly just some wind, some rain. It tried for a little bit, but it kind of failed. We do have some like stronger wind gusts happening here near Pleasant View. Sometimes we have to watch these things for circulation. I think it's still theoretically possible. We still try to get a tornado eke out here, but I still think that like it's still a relatively low chance. Tornado Alley is just areas where, you know, you get tornadoes more often than not each year. EF3+ is absolutely devastating. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's definitely, that's definitely the caliber of tornado that does a lot of damage. What are you doing, Chazzy? Let me make sure we're current on Zach, because we just added him, so it's going to be going back in his live stream a couple times. Latest scan on our tornado warning, still broad circulation. And from our storm chasers in the areas, I'm still not seeing any indication that this thing is overly tornadic right now. Let's listen into the chaser chatter, though, real quick.
Could we turn any slower? Things might actually get a little more spicier than I gave it credit for this morning down here. Dew points are temperatures are warmer in the panhandle than I thought. They warmed 10 degrees since we left Dumas. I was thinking that might be the area of action now.
Apparently, it might be James. It's James Span's birthday today. Everybody put a big old happy birthday in chat for James Span.
Oh, look, there's Freddie's dad right there. Oh, is it? There was John. Nice. Legendary John was right there.
One chat. Come here. Come here. Come on up. Yeah.
See if we can get over this freaking hill and get some visibility.
Thank you, Joe, for the 20. Thank you so much. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem.
I mean, I know our radar's a little far, but doesn't that kind of look like it's trying to make a little more of an eastward shift here? I feel like it's still kind of going the same direction it was. It's just the placement of the hail core according to the radar is kind of giving that east illusion.
Yeah, we'll see what it does. I mean, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll definitely keep looking back at it. Don't really have much things interesting to talk about other than like this storm over here near Lubbock. Just trying. Definitely trying here. It is trying to latch on. Some pretty strong winds now with this storm as well. I would imagine we're going to get some pretty hefty upgrades with this storm in terms of its winds. We're really close to the radar. I mean, we got 80, shoot, nearly 100-mile-per-hour winds there. What the heck? Oh, no, that's, well, and there's little speckles in here of 100-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not sure if that's accurate or not, but 99-mile-per-hour winds that close to a radar. I would assume we have a PDS wind warning about to be added to this as well. And I wouldn't rule out potentially a strong tornado with this storm. This is looking a lot more interesting. On the other side of downtown, yeah, and it's moving away from Lubbock. Lubbock is going to stay in that, Lubbock just literally got spared. You see it started off over here, moved around like this. It's literally just moving around the Highway 27 there. And it is now past, but this thing looks like it's about to do something a little gnarly here. Heat Island, that could have a little bit of an effect, I guess. I'm not really sure. I haven't really done too much studying of that. I really hope Storm Chaser Zach is near this storm. I know he's in Texas. I just don't know where in Texas. Like, literally, we keep going back and looking at his stream, and I swear it looks like he's been on the same road. Like, it seems like nothing has changed. It just seems like he's traveling he's been traveling on the same spot of this road for like the last 30 minutes. Like, it looks the exact same every time we come back to his feed. When the Heat Island help it? It depends. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is about to drop a significant tornado here. This is actually extremely dangerous. This might have a strong tornado on the ground here near Roosevelt. This needs a NATO warning stat. Are any storm chasers down here? Let me see if I can. We might spend some resources since Terry gave us $100. Might spend some resources on a chaser if they're near the storm. Jordan Hall's out there, but can't use him. He's Ryan Hall exclusive. Check Live Storms Media. Apparently someone named Stacy near this. Wow, there's like literally no chasers on this storm. This is wild. How is this not warned yet? They just put a severe thunderstorm warning on it. What? Make that make sense. That needs a tornado warning. Traffic cams, maybe. I mean, they're not live, but we might be able to see a picture of it. What you doing, Mumbles? I see you. Yes, you're a good boy. Okay, latest scan. It looks like that area of rotation is not nearly as strong, but man, are these winds strong. Okay, they have up. Yeah, they're still saying this is considerable. I don't know. I mean, this should have at least an 80-mile-per-hour wind warning on it, at the very least. And a tornado warning, given the fact that it just produced some pretty darn strong rotation there. This looks like the Midland supercell from last year at around this time. Yeah. Vince is in that area. Is he? Yeah, he's out over here near Level Land. You see, he's in the clear air. You finally have Weatherwise Plus subscription, which means I have... Oh, gotcha. Well, enjoy. Can I check Ashland, Tennessee? Sure, we can give another update. All in Tennessee. Let me see where Ashland is. It seems like a lot of our storms are dissipating out here. But you do have some storms nearby you. I mean, these guys could eventually come towards you, bringing a severe threat. Probably not going to be much of anything other than like a hail or damaging wind threat. It looks like northern Nashville is about to get in on a storm. Wow. Storm actually tried to produce some rotation not too long ago near Ashland City. Are you from Ashland City or Ashland? It did try to produce some rotation there for a brief moment. Wondering if we have a cam from that area. No, our closest cam to that is the one in Clarksville, but that's not going to be very helpful. You're in Ashland City, yeah. I mean, you don't need to be in your safe spots. It wasn't strong rotation that developed, but it did try to develop a weak area of rotation there for a moment. Play the loop for Tennessee and Kentucky here. Hope all the storms in Tennessee goes away by tomorrow. You're fishing. It's possible. I mean, tomorrow in the Tennessee area, come over to our 18Z. Storms. Yeah, there's definitely a possibility in like southeast or southwestern Tennessee, like near Memphis and Jackson. And then maybe over here, like more into eastern Tennessee. But for a lot of Tennessee, it seems like just some light rain. Yeah, a little update over here. Looks like we still have a severe thunderstorm warning moving off to the east towards 64 and 74. It's still for wind chill, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back over here in Alabama, still have this storm moving off towards Gadsden and Hawks Bluff and Jacksonville. And then back over here in southern Virginia, heading towards Lanceville, Warfield. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail heading y'all's way. And then back over here near Massachusetts, still monitoring this storm. Looks like we got another round of rain. Looks like that severe thunderstorm warning has just been allowed to expire, but another round of rain is about to come in here, potentially making the flooding worse again. Check it back in on our tornado warning back over here. I mean, still just kind of a messy look on this. We still don't really know what's happening with this. If we come over here to the Storm Runner Media's view, we'll listen in, see what the reports are right now. Still doesn't seem like that tornadic to me.
Jerry, thank you so much for the Venmo. Appreciate the support there.
What are you doing? Are you trying to escape? Are you trying to escape? Okay. See you later, Jazz. Thanks for hanging out. Nice vantage point. It is, yeah. We'll keep an eye on it. See if anything happens up here. It's not a very tornadic storm, to be honest. It's still got a lot of work to do. Unlike this storm over here near Lubbock, which was tornadic at one point. Seems like that rotation has broadened out quite a bit as this storm starts to really become outflow dominant. But I would not let your guard down on this storm. As you can see, it still has access to some inflow. That could certainly still try to produce. And just make sure we're current here on Zach. He seems to be trying to catch up to something. I wonder if he's probably close to Vince, if I had to guess. Because him and Vince are teammates. Yes, that is right, Terry. That is correct. You got family in Hendersonville? Let me see. Hendersonville, Tennessee. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys are about to get some wind, some rain. Up to like 50-mile-per-hour winds are possible with that. Probably within the next, I would say 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah, family in South Carolina. Well, they're going to be good to go for today. Wow. This view from Storm Under Media. Definitely quite the storm. There's still a mesocyclone in this thing. You're going to get some, right? What do you mean by that, Tammy? Are you talking about your family in Hendersonville or you? Do you live in Hendersonville?
This thing is getting closer to us. We probably got just a few more minutes and then we got to bail. Look at that color in there. Yeah, no kidding.
What about Lone Star, Colorado? Let me check that out for you. Lone Star, Colorado. You guys do have some storms near you. But it looks like they're going to stay to your south. Maybe over here, could eventually get some storms that form near like Fort Morgan and come close to you, but should be a pretty minimal severe weather threat up there, to be honest. You're to death of thunderstorms. Well, I can tell you right now, they are allowed. So I get why they're scary. Here's your rotation here in Oklahoma. That is a city there, but there is no houses here. Yeah, 0 houses in the path of this tornado warning right now. So that's why I'm not really talking about it much. It's tornado warning in the middle of a field. Beautiful field, though. I mean, look at that field. Gorgeous. It's a gorgeous field. Hey, Shalaxi, welcome, welcome.
Not seeing much in the way of organized rotation anymore.
Yeah. From the ground, the storm has looked also like just very untornadic. And our most tornadic storm that we have right now is this one still. I mean, this is still pretty concerning. As of right now, though, it's mainly just broad circulation, but very strong winds in the RFD here, just south of Roosevelt, heading into Midway, Texas, eventually into Caprock. Also a pretty unpopulated region out here, but watch out. I mean, this storm is only pretty strong. Warning with 16 people. Yeah. Yeah, that was like, that's this little city back over here. I forget what it's called. I think that's where most of those 16 people live. And further down to the south, there's just nothing out here. Amarillo. Amarillo is doing good right now. Let me see how close these storms are going to come to Amarillo. You guys are in a tornado watch. According to our models, you could have a close call by around 9 p.m. tonight there near Amarillo. Don't think these storms are going to be overly tornadic, though. Golly, crazy amount of instability still there. There's a little bit of shear. I mean, I wouldn't completely rule out like a tornado happening near Amarillo. Definitely a little bit of a tornado chance there. Your uncle lives in Bowling Greens, Kentucky. Wow. I've been to Bowling Green before, believe it or not. It's a nice little town. Hello from Pennsylvania. Thanks for doing what you do to make people aware and safe. Yeah, no problem. You're in Lamar. I think storms are coming in a couple of hours. That's Lamar, Colorado, right? Yeah. Yeah, Lamar, Colorado. I mean, you do have some storms here north. It's gonna be pretty hit or miss up here, though. Yeah, could have some storms, but they should like not anything crazy in terms of tornadic activity, but I would say definitely a chance for some like hail and damaging winds. It'll be coming from these guys eventually, but there's definitely a possibility where they just kind of miss. Right, we're starting to get a little bit of a view inside the rain here from Storm Runner Media, inside this mesocyclone.
Even out here, we're very strongly dependent. Next Archer kid just gets driven around by his parents everywhere. Anytime it's an Oklahoma target.
Hey, I'm not really seeing much. No, the storm still appears to need time. But it's just been pretty much just outflow dominant its entire life. It's funny. Good job, Alyssa. It happens. All right, latest scan here on this storm south and east of Lubbock. Still some very strong winds on the southern side. I'm still keeping an eye on this area for some tornadic activity, but main threat with this is still some very strong winds here, south and east of Roosevelt, still heading off towards 207. Little update over here for Alabama. Still have this storm heading towards Jacksonville and Hoax Bluff. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat. Shouldn't be much of a hail threat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, now they decide to pull the trigger on this tornado warning. That's interesting. New tornado warning on this storm just to the east of Lubbock. Moving towards Caprock and Owens. All need to be in their safe spots out here in Texas. They're here. Oh. Storms. Where are you from again, Kitten? $200 deep and you can't return. Oh my. Yeah, getting belts for a lawnmower is super confusing. I had to mess with that for a while. What's this? Unknown. Better watch out. There's a lot of unknown inside of this storm here in Colorado. Be careful. Nasty hook. Yeah, that one south and east of Lubbock's got a nasty looking hook. It does seem like for the most part, it is mainly outflow dominant. It did have some pretty strong rotation on it earlier, which is why I was surprised that they just now issued a tornado warning. Like, you would think they should have issued one back over here when we had the stronger rotation near Roosevelt. But yeah, they didn't. And then now it's just kind of just like a big old, oops. Now it's just kind of a big old wind bag at this point, but definitely wouldn't rule out like a brief tornado attempt. But for the most part, our main area of circulation is outflow dominant or cold air dominant right now. So it might need to reorganize a bit before it tries to drop one. Actually, looks like this storm near storm intermedia is getting a little bit more tornadic. Look at this.
Oh boy.
That's rotating like crazy. That might be about to drop.
Yeah, it's trying to do it.
And it's rapidly rotating.
There's nothing out here. I don't really know what the plan is here. Like, where would you even go?
Yeah, big time motion. That's crazy. Like, this thing was barely rotating just a couple of minutes ago, and now it's really gotten its act together.
I guess he's just getting ready to.
What's the difference between right there and right here?
The fact that he's on the road and he can maybe if it drops, but I kind of lost it. I don't think it's about to drop anymore.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
It wanted to do it. It really did.
Yeah, it went from nothing to something, now back to nothing. But this is an indication that the storm is becoming a little bit more tornadic. This is the one heading into Oklahoma right now.
It's been there. I see. Severe warning.
Storm's looking nasty. This one in particular, it's had some pretty big hail on it at points. And it still has up to 2-inch hail in it. So it's definitely a nasty storm. I agree.
Can you do it?
And if it tries to drop a tornado, that'll become even nastier.
Might be no. Because we are about to get smacked by precip to the south.
Got you a 4K action camera. Ooh.
Oh yeah. I mean,
It's got a healthy RFD. That might not be what's happening with the storm. The RFD might be surging it.
Probably to 64 or 66. Maybe one of the roads that are just north of there. Yeah.
Definitely an interesting storm. Piquing my interest a little bit more than what it did.
It's like I wanted to put something down, guys, really quick back there, but then it never was.
I think it's worth keeping an eye on, though. I don't think it's done, but definitely a storm to keep looking at. They did allow that tornado warning to expire, though, up there. Pretty much right before right before it tried to actually become tornadic, which happens. It's hard to tell what the storm is doing from that radar. So they've probably been getting reports from storm chasers pretty much all day, like this thing's not tornadic. Hey, Jess, and some bad news to share about you being sick. Oh, no. Hopefully it's not too bad. That's awesome, Meta. What is that mowing shop called? I love hearing stories like that. Like people, like there's like legitimately good altruistic type people out there still. Although, like, it seems like so far and few in between. But that's the thing, like, about people that do that kind of stuff for free. It's like you don't hear about them because they don't tell anybody about it. They just do. How you know they're not truly altruistic is if they're telling everybody about it. Like most people that donate, they don't even like they never announce it. They just do it. That's awesome. I'm glad there's still people out there like that. Sent me a pic on X. Okay. I don't see it. He's got diagnosed today with a blood clot. Oh no. Where? That's scary. But, technically that's good that they caught it. A lot of time people get blood clots and it's never caught, and that's when it gets deadly. So the fact that they know it's there is good news, but that's scary. In your leg, yikes. Is it painful? Are blood clots painful? I've never had one before. I've never known anybody that has had one. It could be extremely dangerous, especially if they move. So I'm sorry to hear that. This is just kind of becoming a mess here, south and east of Lubbock. It can be painful. Ugh. I'm sorry about that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued out over here near Colorado. I'll tell you this. It seems nearly impossible to get storms in Colorado that don't try to become tornado warned. We'll say this one, unsure how legitimate this signal is. It's like deep in the middle of a hail core. I don't know what to think about this. But it's kind of in a radar hole. So there must be some sort of report on this storm. If you live near State Highway 59, where it comes close to County Road 20, that need to be in your safe spots. Now, this looks like the storm. Like, if I were to imagine what the Lubbock storm might look like, that might be it. I don't know. Let me listen in. See if he's talking about his location.
Correction, I'm the car behind you. Yep, I see it. I was just gonna wonder if you were seeing it. I don't know if this is actually anything or if this is crap.
No, it's definitely something.
Alright, you got a visual longer than I have, so I'll take your word for it.
Man, we got a new MD. Intensity was all green possible. Tornado threat may increase with time.
Okay, so Zach's right next to Vince.
Okay, well, I think things are about to ramp up in front of us, guys. I do not have, I will start, actually, correction, I do not have the camera server started, just because I didn't think we were going to be playing it today. I'm not going to worry.
This is the Lubbock tornado warned storm that we're looking at here. It kind of looks like there's a little bit of a wall cloud underneath it.
Yeah, I think we've got some sort of a wall cloud.
You get a
Something here.
You get a $1,500 fish finder? Jeez Louise. That thing better be dang good at finding them fish. Yeah, I'm still not seeing anything tagged or anything of from you on Twitter. Sorry. You must be like a new account or something, and like for some reason, new accounts I don't get the notification from it. Look, there's like some dust or some smoke, like just over that road back there too. Yeah, but we have been able to confirm Zach is on this tornado warned storm. He's like right back here. And that looks exactly what I would think, because you can see on the right. So like, yeah, let's come back over to his view here. Turn on my camera. So this right here above my head, that is the outflow boundary. And that is feeding into the storm. You see, there's the precipitation near my head back here. And then right in here, that's where a wall cloud would be. On radar, it is looking a little bit, I mean, it's still got some pretty decent broad circulation. Not any tight circulation yet, but definitely still a storm to be seeking shelter from. Over here near Levelland also is pretty darn close to that outflow boundary as well. That one could eventually try to do something too. Got to keep an eye on that for Texas. That would be just hold on, let me refresh this. The thing froze. Yeah, you could, oh my gosh. Yeah, this one's like about to ride right on that outflow boundary. So there's that outflow boundary. It's moving here. It could latch onto this portion pretty easily. This storm might need to be a storm to keep an eye on too near sundown. Let's come back over here to Colorado. Check out this storm again. Yeah, broad circulation over here still. Definitely Broadimus Maximus rotation over here. 1,500 for a fish finder is not bad. That's cheap. Link said using a fish finder is cheating. I mean, that's not a bad argument. That is a fair argument. That does sound like cheating. Explain yourself. You can locate all the fish, but you can't make them bite. Yeah, there is that. You're 8K into your fish finder? What the heck? It's like golfers who use GPS to pinpoint their yardage. I don't think so. I think it's like legit radar, right? Some sort of radar detection, right? Man, I golfed so good today. I'm still proud of myself. Guys, I'm getting close. I am getting close. Remember I told you guys a couple months ago, I'm going to really start playing golf a lot, and I'm going to get to the point to where I can compete and make money. Well, looks like that rotation is getting a little bit stronger here. I have improved significantly since I told you guys that. Well, I'm not sure if y'all can tell. The difference of the color of my hand shows you how much I've been golfing. This is where I wear my glove. That is crazy. I can't believe people spend that much money to find fish. Thank you, Tammy, for the 5. Thank you so much. Finished 4 over par last Saturday. Dang, Cole, you're good. I'm not that good yet. I'm still like a plus 20. My best score ever on 18, and it's a pretty hard course. We just got tennis ball sized hail near Comanche National Grassland. 2.5 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds heading down to the south and east. But yeah, my best score so far is a 98. So I'm like plus 25. But I have a good shot. Like, it's not like the thing is, I'm pretty good at reading my distance, knowing how far my clubs go, picking the right club. I'm struggling hitting them straight. And I've been working really hard on that recently, but I still haven't nailed it down. New tornado warning has been issued out over here near Colorado, south of Stratton. Not a whole lot of rotation there, but we must got some sort of chaser out here. I'm seeing something. Oh, wait. Okay, latest scan. I see why they warned it. Definitely getting a little bit more consolidated there. If you live over K or 30 here in Colorado, I'd be in your safe spots. You pre-ordered a $1,600 model train. Dang. It's all about balance and swing path. Yeah. Yeah, it's about balance, swing path, also momentum. Like, I've been, like, the shot I hit today, definitely, like, the best shot I hit today, I definitely felt it. Like, all the straight shots. I was playing the par threes today. And there's this, like, I play on the furthest back tee so I can practice my longer clubs because I'm really bad with those. And, like, I hit there's one hole where it's like 257, and I hit a driver, carried it to the green, went pretty straight. So I'm hitting my driver more straight. My 3-wood was amazing today, but I hit a couple still that were like off. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is definitely rotating again quite a bit. The storm's getting dangerous near Caprock, Texas. Classic cement around your 3-split vertebrae won't let you. Yeah, that's any sort of back issue. That's just a big old no-go, unfortunately, for golf. A lot of back. I mean, you could probably still develop a golf swing that would eventually work, but I just really love the nature aspect of it. Like, I need to work out. I've been gaining weight, and I've been playing I'm now committing to playing the par threes and walking it with the golf clubs on my back, and that's been helping me lose a little bit of weight. What is that on Page's stream? Shelf cloud? Yeah, it's like a little scud. That was like a funnel developing. Golf carts are for babies. I mean, they're nice on the par 8 or like on like the bigger courses where you got like the par 3s, 4s, and 5s on it. Good. That's a lot of walking. I mean, it just depends on what you're doing it for. If you're doing it just to play and have fun, then golf carts are the best way to go about it. If you're doing it, to get a workout, then it's best to walk. Man, that could be like a strong tornado on the ground here, just west of Caprock. It's 80 touching. So yeah, that's about 120, 100, well, actually about 115 VROT. This is now a dangerous storm here. That very well could be about to drop a tornado. Hopefully we can get a view from Zach here shortly. Let me see where they are at. Is he seeing the same thing? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so Zach, I just had to confirm there. Zach and Vince are like in the same area here. Dang. See, this is why I don't like the subscriber thing. Like we were at 79859 and it's gone down too. Like I'm doing something freaking wrong, and I hate that feeling. I hate having that in view. It's like I'm doing the same thing everybody else is. I don't understand why someone would come here and I don't get it. That's why I hate it. I hate looking at that crap. All right, latest scan here still. A decent area of rotation on this, still moving down to the south and east towards K and 30. This one over here is going to be allowed to expire. I do want to check back over here in Tennessee, in Kentucky. Yeah, it's over. That tornado threat is done for. Those storms died off. Still have some damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour heading just to the east of Greenback. The Otis project, believe it or not, was on the Morton storm, and apparently they got footage inside that Morton tornado. They were teasing it. Let me see if they've reached it yet or released it. They said they're going to be releasing the video shortly. Oh, yeah, they released it 2 hours ago. At least a clip. That is wild. Whoa. They should have more clips. And they've been teasing it. EF1. Yeah. Yeah, they're teasing the video, but they're gonna have more videos on it. But here's the link in the chat on the beginning of the Morton tornado. And thank you, Sherry Scales, for the $50. Thank you so much. And it's very helpful. Thank you. Shout out to Mama Scales. That's DL's mama. Stormrunner Media's mama. Stormrunner mama. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Looks like our rotation here in Colorado is starting to broaden out a bit, but it still has a decent little area. It'd still be in your safe spots if there's any. Is there anybody that like actually lives here? Just curious. Yep, a couple of folks near County Road F and County Road 28 needs to be in their safe spots there. I mean, on radar, it looks like this thing has strong rotation, but I still don't know what to think about this storm. We've been watching it for a while, and it's had those areas of rotation. There's only been like one brief moment where I thought, like, okay, yeah, this could actually drop a NATO. Okay, here's that storm near Lubbock. You're starting to get a little bit of a view back in there. Sure, we're live though. Yeah. Kind of see back there. That's this storm just south and east of Lubbock, where we did have some strong rotation, but it looks like that has done lost its marbles. Still a couple of areas of circulation inside of there, though. We got one here, another one just west of Cap Rock. Still somewhat of a dangerous storm here. Also, $50 sized hail on this storm to 2-inch sized hail on it. Amarillo. Amarillo is good for now, but there are some storms trying to make it up to you. But it looks like this one's going to be going more to the east.
Tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued on this storm. Wow. Look at that. It has a hook to it. Not very strong circulation, though. Mainly just like a big old push here. That could certainly... Let me look at aloft, though. I bet you that has some decent rotation aloft. It's nothing too crazy, but I could definitely see this trying to wrap up. I think it most likely has a mesocyclone and maybe a wall cloud on it. So if you live in Comanche Nation, grasslands, or the Delhi, you guys need to be in your safe spots. When the storm's over for Clarksville, let me check. You get a couple more rounds, I think, of storms, but I think the tornado threat is done for Clarksville. Yikes. Yeah, almost every single one of these storms is moving in a different direction. This one's moving off here. This one was moving north. This one's moving east. This one's moving south and east. That's awesome. Watch out there in Lubbock. This one actually to the west is heading pretty darn close to Lubbock. Doesn't really seem like that outflow boundary is really helping this storm too much, though. Probably more of just like a large hail threat. We got tennis ball sized hail on this. Would definitely be aware of this storm in Lubbock. When is Amarillo supposed to get bad? Eventually. I think on our latest model runs, it was like a couple hours from now. Yeah, like 9 p.m. Should be around when it gets bad for Amarillo. It's annoying when weather-wise randomly resets. Yeah. Yeah, weather-wise has a couple of annoying quirks to it, but you know, for the most part, it's one of the best radar apps out there. So it's not, you know, it's got some damage to it, but it's not damaged goods. You know, it's still good. Amarillo by morning? No, that's 9 p.m., not 9 a.m. Lubbock is surrounded, right? You are surrounded. Come outside of Lubbock with your hands up. Actually, stay inside in Lubbock with your hands up. All right, let's come back up here, checking on these NATO warnings. Yeah, this area of circulation has died off completely. That NATO warning is probably even expired by this point. No, they still haven't expired it. This one over here, rotation is dying on it pretty quickly as well. This storm, only that area of rotation is legitimate. Still just mainly a damaging wind threat coming into the Comanche National Grassland. 3-inch hail, though. That's a very bad storm potential there. 3-inch hail is enough to really cause a lot of damage. So if you live in this area, I would certainly be well away from those windows. We're starting to get a view on this storm east of Lubbock a little bit. Yeah, I mean, like, weather-wise has its quirks and its issues, but when Radar Omega starts glitching out, it's like unusable. You just can't use it. Where is this at? This is just south and east of Lubbock. This is a tornado warned storm. You can just see it on the left side of the screen there. It's this storm down here. It's had a couple of areas of strong rotation at some points, but it's becoming majorly outflow dominant at the moment, and that it's completely lost all of its rotation. It's probably about to lose that NATO warning too. This one seems to be trying to wrap up here, which is odd. Really expect this storm. There kind of seems to be some sort of boundary here. Not really much rotation on it, though. So I would expect it to remain an elevated hailer. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still looks like we're getting a little bit broader circulation develop here. On a leading edge. Like, that's probably the most rotation we've had on this storm in a while. So definitely watch out there still in Comanche. National Grasslands. This one back over here near Rock Crossing. It's got a lot of wind and 3-inch hail. So very dangerous situation out over here near Rock Crossing, near the Ashapa River. It's a dangerous storm. 3-inch hail is nothing to mess around with, especially when you got like 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, both of these tornado warnings here in Colorado are about to expire. They're south of Siebert. I think Midland, Texas will get anything. I mean, there's storms nearby, so there's some potential there. Let me check. We could get some storms maybe by 10 p.m. tonight near Odessa and Midland. It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning, extending this one closer to Hobbs, that ping pong ball sized hail. Mostly campgrounds over there. Yeah. Yeah. Thankfully, a lot of the worst storms that we have right now are in the middle of nowhere, which is how I thought today would go. And it has gone that way so far. Like this storm here, you can see they are traveling basically on a safari, like a safari road here. Might see a lion jump out and a giraffe. That's a really cool looking storm, though. I really like Zach's camera. I don't know what kind of camera he uses, but it's really got a nice color palette to it. Oh. Yeah, you're right. Over there near Grand Junction. It's ping pong ball sized hail, but that might be a little bit bigger than ping pong. This is the view out from their area in Grand Junction. In Mammoth? In that exact area? In Texas? Not Mammoths were further up north. What's up? What you want? You being cute? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you're a little cutie pie. And thank you, Bill, for the 5. Check out how fast the storm near Greenville, South Carolina has grown. Not really. It is pretty slow, to be honest. Oh, what the heck? That's Scud. Storm looks wild here, east of Lubbock. Liar. I'm not lying.
Yeah, I believe they just dropped it. It's still tornado possible. Alright, I think I'm leaving it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't think we really have a choice now. We do,
New NATO warning has been issued for Colorado. This one near, is that the new one? In Oklahoma. That's going to be for this storm. Looks like we got an area of some potential rotation there, but that's side lobe. Real rotation should be back over here somewhere. I'm waiting on that latest velocity scan. And we do have Storm Runner Media nearby it. Let's listen in.
PDS, RFD surge, and a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is Paige's view of it.
So this storm is tornado warned. It is right there. Yeah.
That's the way they have it going.
Yeah.
I definitely need to keep an eye on that storm. Looks interesting. Oh, wow. They did extend this tornado warning off to the south and east, which is interesting. There's not a whole lot of strong rotation in there, but if you live over here near CC38 and EE, they're south of Stratton here in Colorado, I'd be in your safe spots. Surprised they extended that. Let's come back over here south and east of Pueblo. Technically, you can't completely rule that as side lobe contamination. It does look contaminated like crazy, though. But yeah, it'd still be in your safe spots there. And they did drop that tornado warning over there in Texas. The video of the Grand Junction hail, not too big. Yeah. Yeah, it probably has a lot of hail in there, though. This is a video from Jeff Thule here in Grand Junction, Colorado. Jeez Louise. It is coming down. And not too big, but enough to be loud. Loud as crap. I think you're kidding. For the 50. Thank you so much.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Wow, this storm over here just got tornado warned. Again, not exactly sure why. Guess that could be something there. Seems really outflow dominated. There must be some storm chaser out over here reporting something. Not a whole lot of rotation yet, but this one over here is actually developing some rotation too. I wouldn't rule out this storm eventually becoming tornado warned. Let me see. Let me read your message here, Kitten. How's it looking for Irwin, Tennessee this morning? My BFF sister is having a yard sale, and you got to go. Okay. Let me see. You said Irwin, Tennessee. Irwin, Tennessee. Tomorrow morning at around yard sale time. And there could be little sprinkles of rain, but probably nothing, in my opinion, that should be strong enough to stop a yard sale. But depending on what they're selling, I would make sure that they have some sort of way Wow. Look at that. That thing is a beast. And it is quite the hail core.
Well, either way, I believe you would have gotten away from it.
Yikes. That's this storm up over here. It has a tornado warning on it near Keys. And if there's a tornado in there, it seems like it's going to be completely rain wrapped. So if you live south of Keys, I would be in your safe spots. I think Aaliyah for the 10. It's time to put up the wakeboards and surfboards at Lake Allen Henry, south of Post, Texas. Let me see. Lake Allen Henry. Yeah, I'd say it's going to be a real close approach with this storm. It is also kind of nudging to the south a little bit. So it's going to be a close call. Storm Runner Media is like up here. This one back over here. I think Vince and Zach are rerouting to this one. Still looks pretty unimpressive, but I wouldn't rule out like a land spout or something with this storm, like a gust NATO potential there before it really gets its act together. And then this one over here near Moleshoe is still trying to get that rotation together. Still wouldn't rule out like a tornado warning for this. It does seem like there's a merger. See, Bill, this is a fast developing storm. You see how it goes nothing to something there really fast? I bet you if we go back and check in on that South Carolina storm, it's still barely got any reds. Yeah. See how slow? And that's been trying for like a half an hour, almost an hour. But I will say it's a fast developing storm for South Carolina. I'll give you that. Hey, no problem, Leah. Thank you for the 10. It's rare that we actually get a forecast question with money attached. What day do I think we're going to hit 80K? Maybe tomorrow if we're lucky. Let's go check back in with our NATO warnings in Colorado. Oh yeah, this one's trying to wrap up again, but never mind. That's like it's in a really weird area for there to be rotation. And we're dealing with some sort of hail contamination or some sort of contamination back there. It's weird. But yeah, I mean, let's come back down here. Comanche National Grassland. I mean, there's still a broad circulation here, but not very strong rotation. We do have some rotation here near Bloom and Minmin here in Colorado. I would still be in your safe spots there. Tennis ball sized hail warning has just been issued for this storm. 2.5 inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds. That is just west of Kermit. And we had another 2-inch hailstorm now coming into Sedan. The good news is that this rotation does seem to be weakening a little bit, but it'll be interesting to see how this storm interacts with this little outflow boundary that's coming towards it. It is crazy. You guys see this outflow boundary circle here? Wild. A unique kind of storm setup here. It looks like Storm Winter Media is getting a little bit closer to some of this rain back in there.
Yeah, that was a tornado there. I can't see it now because it's complete rain wrap.
What?
That's about to be completely rain wrapped. I think.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, that's a tornado. Wait. This? No. Yeah, that's a tornado. That's the tornado right there. Yeah, you got tornado on the ground, I think. I think we may have a tornado and back in the rain there. Yeah, yep. Look at that thing. We have a tornado in progress, chat. That thing's
Now completely rain wrapped, but I couldn't see that from the small screen view, so I just wanted to recap it for you guys.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's this storm up here. Just dropped its first tornado here just south of Keys, heading over 64. Thankfully, that dropped in the middle of a field. No confirmation on whether it's still on the ground or not, but I would be in your safe spots if you live south of Keys there in the panhandle of Oklahoma. Back over here near Comanche National Grassland. Broad area of circulation here on this storm still. And they did just extend this tornado warning now near MSR 1A. Very, very low populated area over there. Let's come back over to here. It's still an interesting little area here. Still not really sure what to think about
New
that.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Yes, this one has now been upgraded to observed. So folks definitely need to be taking this seriously. We just saw it with our eyeballs, and it's definitely on the ground. Somewhere back into that rain. No scanners there. Yeah. I mean, there's probably 6 people in total that live in this. Live in the southern part of this warning. There's barely even any roads out there. Oops.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That tornado, guys, is in that. Right there.
Yeah, there's a rain-wrapped tornado in there, likely down still. It was down as...
We'll keep an eye on their stream for sure. New tornado warning has been issued here in Texas for this storm now. That is over here north of Pecos. There's your area of rotation that is moving down to the south and east towards 300. Live there. You need to be in your safe spots. Check back in this storm south of Levelland. Yeah, still not seeing much develop on this. Still wouldn't rule out like a gust-nado type storm there. This area of rotation near Sudan has kind of lost its marbles, but it still has a pretty healthy hook. Just going through a merger right now. Maybe after that merger is done, could get pretty interesting.
I just didn't know it was that imminent.
See if we can see anything back into that rain. Could be a tornado in there still. No idea where Brad Arnold is. It's not my responsibility to keep track. I have no idea, Forecast Fusion. That's a good question. Severe storms near Lubbock, Texas. We are aware. Thank you for letting me know.
When you cross the road right there.
Yep. Probably should have just sat there and waited for it.
It seems like we're getting a lot of questions about North Carolina. I'll go over and look at them. Yeah. Just a couple of general thunderstorms. We got one severe thunderstorm moving towards Gadsden. No dangerous rotation. That's 60-mile-per-hour winds heading down toward Conway. I got another one up here near Roxborough. This one's warned for 40-mile-per-hour winds. And this one back over here near Winston-Salem. Just to the west of Greensboro. Maybe some broad circulation there, but tornado environment is pretty much non-existent out here, so not expecting any tornadoes. Got another severe thunderstorm warning on this storm near Dixon, Tennessee. It's actually might be trying to rotate here. We got a camera that's pretty close to that. And behind it. I can't really see it. It's out of Nashville. Beautiful sunset happening there. My goodness. I can't tell if that's side lobe contamination or not, but I would not rule out a tornado warning for that storm. It does seem to be wrapping up a little bit. Let me check from another radar. Yeah, this radar is saying it's a little bit broader, though. No, I don't think so, Alyssa. Yeah, still some decent rotation on this guy. This storm also still has some decent rotation there south of Midman. And still potential for 2-inch hail to be falling out of this thing into Bloom and Midman here. Update on this storm. Still some broad circulation with this guy. I'm not really overly concerned about that one. Yeah, Dixon, Tennessee. Yeah. Gorgeous sunset. It is. Yeah, that was nice. That was really nice. It's like Storm and our media is looking back at the storm. Let's go see if we can see if that NATO is still on the ground.
This might not be the best idea. We might be stuck on this road potentially. But I understand what you're saying. We're not gonna be able to see it unless.
Dang it, I don't like the fact. Let me see. Let me turn my radar off so I can see it. Say, this road does go all the way down. Oh, well, there actually was a paved road one more road down.
Is there?
There was, yes.
Candy.
I couldn't see it because my radar. Yep, N0540 was paved.
So this one?
Latest scan out of this storm near Dixon. Still a decent little area of circulation. There's a has cam in this area. Hey, thank you, Amber, for the 20. Thank you so much. This says food and drinks on me. Ooh. You're in the hospital due to bowel blockage. Uh-oh. It's not very well or anywhere near home. Aw. I'm sorry. Miss your fur babies. Aw. Can I please show Jazzy? Oh, yeah, I'll show you Jazzy. Come here, Jazzy. Someone misses their fur babies. They need to see you. She's in the hospital. Get well soon, Amber. Jazzy said, get well soon. Say, get well soon. Get well soon. Mike's getting in the way.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Hold on. Hold on, Jazzy. Flopping you down. Oh, you can stay on my lap. He looks like a mini corgi. He does kind of look like that. He's got a new update on this storm. This is absurd. What? Must have some sort of land spout action happening down here. Our closest chaser.
I'm a bit concerned of, I think once it intersects with these alpha boundaries, it probably already has, as long as it can propagate along that boundary and move southeast, it has a chance of staying down, or at least being able to produce, but if it ever loses that alpha boundary, it's probably going to just become a structure fest. So, just depends on if that...
I'm looking at a chaser that's like near that storm. Aaron Eastman. I am not seeing a tornado on this from his view. I'm wondering if it's like a gust NATO being reported as a tornado. Not sure, but if you live in Sundown, I think the tornado is located here, or land spout, or whatever. I don't really know what to think about it. But if you live in Cluine, I'd be in your safe spots there. Oh boy, this thing seems to be trying again. Getting another big RFD surge, which means this thing is probably going to start to try to rotate pretty strongly again. So wouldn't rule out a tornado warning down towards 380 here. Check over here in South Texas. Yeah, still some decent rotation there. South of RM 652. We got we got a storm over here near Storm Intermediate and Pagey Tornado. Still has some decent rotation. It wouldn't be overly surprising if that was still on the ground at this point. We're still trying to get confirmation from Storm Intermediate. Can strong thunderstorms rotate? Yeah, they can if there's an environment for it.
Oh my god, we got precip on the road now.
Where did this show up? Oh, probably when I turned my radar off. Oh, the storm's right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Looks like they have dropped this down to radar indicated now. It's now radar indicated. This is the one in Oklahoma. I'll check in on those storms again. Where's Winston-Salem? Winston-Salem. Oh, this one. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no strong areas of rotation. We got a radars. That one's further away. Yeah, no strong areas of rotation. Just a couple of weak areas here that definitely won't produce a NATO. Oh wow, looks like Storm Intermediate is getting pretty deep into this storm right now. I'm not sure if they can handle much more hail.
Okay, I'll just play the long game with this guy. We got to see it for a little bit, so I guess that counts for something. All right, Ryan, don't
Chazzy, calm down. Oh, don't fall. Don't fall, Chazzy. Growl at me. That was your mistake. They might be about to get some pretty big hail. There's apparently tennis balls inside of this. This road's getting pretty wet. I'm pretty sure this is straight up mud road.
We're gonna go east to 95, guys, and we'll just have to wait a while before we see him. Hopefully that's all right.
Thank you, Tammy, for the 5. Difference between a landspout and a tornado.
A new tornado warning.
Typically,
has been
landspouts
issued.
are tornadoes. To be fair. New NATO warning has been issued. Back over here near Haswell, where we have an area of developing circulation moving down towards Haswell, Colorado. Yeah, we have the Haswell Volunteer Fire Department, Kiowa County Roads Office, and Haswell Methodist Church, and even Haswell Propane out there. If any of those sound familiar to you, you guys are close to an area of rotation and need to be seeking shelter. Check back over here south of Burlington, Colorado. Yeah, that tornado warning is going to be leaving shortly. Let's come back over here south of La Junta. And it still looks like we have some decent hail contamination with this storm, but that kind of looks like a pretty clean scan. Still would bet I would still bet some money that there is circulation in this, but again, there's just nothing really to call out in terms of cities and stuff there. Latest scan on our tornado warning down here, which was observed recently. Still don't really have a good view on this storm, but still keeping an eye on it. Still some decent, at least boundary interactions happening here, meaning that, definitely can get some sort of land spout out of this. I'm looking at a storm chaser in the area. I don't see a tornado on the ground right now. But if it does drop one, I probably won't commit to paying for that, to be honest. It's just $85. We barely made that this stream. Started thundering here in Lamar. Let me see. Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys got some storms nearby you. Cluster of storms. We haven't had many confirmed reports of tornadoes out of these, but a lot of hail and wind coming your way, most likely. Let's come check back in with Storm Owner Media, see if their windshields are surviving the hail. Yeah, it's not too bad. Hey, they made it to the road. Man, that's a lot of rain. That is a lot of rain. Check back with Dixon. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I think we're dealing with some side lobe contamination there. You can see when we go back to reflectivity, here's where your precipitation is. Your mesocyclone would be here. And down over here, that's where the rotation's showing up. That is in the clear air of the storm. But I would say it's safe to assume that this storm at least has a mesocyclone. Let's check on our camera near Dixon. Definitely rainy there. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning on this. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got another camera here near Fairview. A lot of trees in the way. Can't really see much on that, but yeah, not an overly tornadic storm. You can see like where the mesocyclone is. There's not a whole lot of rotation there, but it does have a pretty decently strength inflow. So definitely, I would say still worth keeping an eye on it. They just ran a stop sign. Yeah, storm chasers be doing that. Don't tell the police. Man, this storm is really gusting out here. Very strong winds on the southern side of this. It still seems to be getting outrun by that outflow boundary. Still think the tornado threat's relatively low there, but still worried about Winston-Salem. I'll check back in on it for you. Yeah, I mean, these rotations, again, are very, very weak. They're not going to produce a tornado. And the storm itself is warned, though, for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's your biggest threat there, is those 60-mile-per-hour winds. Can AI affect weather? What? No. They dropped that tornado warning up there, south of Burlington, near Haswell. Still a little bit of rotation there, but it does seem to be getting a little bit less organized here in Colorado. But I'd still be in your safe spots just in case tries to do something, and still have a decent little couplet back over here with our storm south of Comanche National Grassland there. Back over on this storm near Texahoma. It's like a little area of rotation is still kind of there. Texahoma still needs to be in their safe spots. I would say this is our best view of the storm at this time from Pagey.
All right, guys, this storm is still tornado warned. Looks real interesting, but it is super rain wrapped.
Yeah, I understand that. Storms can be scary, Flames. They can, so I understand. You know, I talk about 1-inch hailstorms like they're nothing, because to me they are. But in reality, you know, a 1-inch hailstorm can be loud and scary. The good news is that, you know, the reason why I don't, you know, really put too much of an emphasis on those types of storms is because they're not dangerous. They're not dangerous. They're not going to hurt you as long as you're inside. The way that storm hurts you is if you're outside. So as long as you're indoors and away from windows, I promise you you'll be okay. Just expensive. Yeah, it can be expensive. Yeah. But to be fair, I mean, inch hailstorms typically don't cause too much car damage, but they can make some dents. So depending on what your threshold is for how dented you want your car. There's a little couplet developing here near Lockettville. See, we even got a little bit of a hook. The storm is latched onto 2 outflow boundaries. So we got stable air there, stable air back here, and our moist air is like right here. So definitely still think like a land spout is still possible with the storm. Did they drop it? No, they're still saying it's observed, but I got a feeling they're going to drop that observed tag shortly. Let's come check back in with this storm. Over here near 300, about to cross over 300. Still a little area of rotation in there. It is on the ground. Skywarn confirmed. Okay, so Skywarn still apparently sees a tornado with this storm, which is interesting because I keep watching these people that are like right next to the storm, and I still have yet to see it. There's a storm chaser near right near this circulation. It's definitely got fast motion though. Definitely some fast motion in there. It sprung up on him quick. Oh gosh. Yeah, it is a little bit wrapped by something. I guess it could be like rain. Yeah, rain and dust wrapped right now. Yeah, apparently somebody still has visual on the tornado. I'm keeping an eye on it. What is Skywarn? Skywarn is like trained weather spotters. Then the storm chasers you don't really hear about that much, but play a vital, vital role in getting the warning out. They don't get all the glory, but they do very good hard work. I think Chazzy's so darn cute. Did you hear that, Chazzy? Your tuxedo cat is named Jazzpur. Oh, Jazzpur. You call him Jazzy? Aw. It's so cool they rhyme. Yeah. I'm here. We can start the stream now. Okay, guys, I'm be heading off. I'm just kidding. Seacor is here. It's time to get off. I'm surprised you're just now getting here. You were in a tornado watch like all day. I'm still trying to get a visual on this thing. I guess the only way you see the tornado is if you're next to it on this storm, just to the south and west of Lubbock. Doesn't look too impressive on radar, but according to the Skywarn radio out here, it's still very much on the ground. So hopefully they extend it. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been extended out over here near Meadow and Ropesville, Texas. Guys need to be in your safe spots out here. Man, look at this. Look at this view. Is that it? Which storm is this?
Well, they rewarned it. Yep, new observed tornado warning. Moving east at 35 miles per hour.
Let me see where they are.
More east southeast.
Oh yeah, they are. They are. That's the tornado warned. That's it.
The only thing keeping us with a visual on it is some stinking trees. We should be past them soon.
This is the observed tornado warned storm. And it looks so much different near this thing. Like if you look at it from here, it looks like it's basically rain free.
A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Yeah, that's that outflow boundaries we were talking about that's wrapping into the storm. It is firmly latched onto it. You can't post links in chat, Dan, but you can message me on Twitter. Or maybe post it in the Discord and one of our mods can show it. That is stunning. Yeah, it is that's a pretty cool looking storm. It's unfortunate though that there's a tornado on it, or we could really give it all the compliments we could. But you can see that outflow boundary here. Let me turn on my camera here. So there's your outflow boundary right there. The tornado should be like right above my head. Inflow tail here. Very impressive. I don't see a NATO in there though. Zoom in.
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
I don't see it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Might have just lifted, maybe. I don't know. It's definitely a dangerous looking storm. If you live near Ropesville and Meadow, it'd still be in your safe spots. Looks like they just reissued a tornado warning on this guy now. That's not legitimate rotation there, but definitely some strong winds. Wouldn't rule out a NATO trying to happen. We do have a little bit of rotation developing here on this part of the storm, heading towards 1081. Back over here, looks like this area of rotation is getting a little bit weaker now. Skywarn Chaser said there's people out near the storm that's observed in Lubbock with red and blue lights. That's crazy. This looks so much different from the view that the storm chaser near the storm has. Aaron Estman is near this thing, and it just looks like a wall of rain. I think he's behind it. Like, you can see it so clearly. I mean, if there was a tornado, I think that might be it roping out on the left, actually. Stop, Chaz. What you doing? What you doing? I see you. Hi, Muppets. I'll check in on it for you there near Nashville. And then we'll go check out Winston-Salem again. Yeah, I mean, definitely not on the ground. Definitely not on the ground there. Just very weak rotation on it right now. But, I mean, it's got a decent inflow for sure. So definitely worth keeping an eye on these guys still. Some broad rotation does exist with them. Let's come back over here near Winston-Salem. It looks like your storm is coming in now. What you doing? Yeah, still no rotation. Just some gusty winds. What you doing over there? What's the plan there, Chazzy? Is Connor going to come on? No, he's not. He is watching a game. So, man, look at that storm, though. It's got quite the wall cloud on it. I don't think there's a NATO on the ground anymore. Thank you, Tammy.
All right, new MD. A local uptick in tornado potential may be realized over the next couple of hours. A strong tornado is possible with these two supercells when you're on this boundary. As we see, I believe they think that this is
Wow. It's quite the MCD. Let's go look at it ourselves. Jazzy, what are you doing? We have a new mesoscale discussion. Local uptick in tornado potential may be realized over the next couple of hours. A strong tornado is possible. So we got an outflow boundary here. Storms near them. You see, wherever they latch onto that outflow boundary, a strong tornado will be possible. Primary large hail threat over here near Plainview. But I got to keep an eye on those storms. That's these ones right here they're talking about. Yeah, that's clear air contamination there. Seeing a whole lot of rotation. Back down here, that's where our couplet would be. Still a little bit of rotation there. There where our main mesocyclone is. And then back over here, storm is still latched on to two boundaries. And for Lubbock, Texas, some wind and rain is definitely coming. Not sure if you're going to realize a hail threat too much out of this guy. Definitely got to keep a close eye on this storm still. It does seem to be coming a little bit elevated, though. Outflow boundary seems to be winning the war right now, but I still wouldn't rule out a brief NATO out of this thing. What did Lubbock do? I don't know. What did you guys do, Lubbock? Seriously, like, how'd you piss off Mother Nature this much? Let's go check back over here near Tennessee. And maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop here near Porter. And that might be some of the most rotation we've actually seen on this storm. It is still trying. Let me see if we got any radar Omega cams near there. Not yet. We have one near Nashville, but I still don't think. Yeah, we still don't have a view of that storm. Let's check back over here near Colorado. Yeah, it looks like our storm's rotations out here are broadening out quite a bit. Not really tornadic. This one over here is completely died over near Haswell as well. This one, oh my goodness. Tornado. Look at that. There is no audio. I don't know where his audio went. Got a rope. I don't know if it's on the ground or not. The heck? How weird. Yeah, it was just like it started off as a funnel. I can't tell if it ever made contact, though. The sun shining. Yeah, this storm has the potential, in my opinion, to drop a tornado of the year type tornado. If it can actually try to drop a strong one. I mean, it's still trying to throw out tours here, but it looks like that one dissipated rather quickly. Oh, yeah, there's still a rope on it. Not completely dissipated. It might try again. Zach, look at Zach finally getting himself a NATO. Well, he got the other one, too. He got the Morton NATO. He's a good chaser. Him and Vince. Hold on, Chaz. Ow, 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 ow. Okay. Testing. Okay. Wow, that is crazy with the sun like that. What are we even looking at? This is wild. It's not a tornado, but that is like probably the world's most beautiful funnel. It's literally got God rays shining on it. Is it gone? It's gone. That was crazy. I don't think that was on the ground, but, or maybe if it was pretty weak. That was this storm over here near south of Lubbock. Still latched on to double boundaries here. Right next to Ropesville. Coincidence? I think not. That was once in a lifetime type of view there, I think. That was really cool. Didn't touch down, didn't cause any damage, but very beautiful, ropey funnel. All right, back over here. Yeah, it still looks like this storm is got maybe a little bit of rotation in there. Not very strong at the moment, but this could still have a tornado potential to it. So if you live in Texoma, I'd still be in your safe spots. Also, they allowed this tornado warning west of Odessa to expire. Ropesville, nope. Well, that just goes to show, if there's a Wedgeville out there, definitely don't live there. Yeah, we'll see what this storm will do, man. I mean, they say it has strong tornado potential, so I'd be in your safe spots there in Ropesville. It's still trying to produce. And then back over here into Oklahoma, this is what that storm looks like.
What a decent stovepipe that was back there.
What?
Decent stovepipe. Thanks for turning around.
Did we miss something again? Oh, no, I think they were talking about the last one.
Somebody was stuck on the down south, and then somebody else was almost.
Yeah, they were talking about the last tornado they saw. I was like, what? Did we miss another tornado on their stream? Gotta pay attention. There's about a half a dozen Skywarn spotters in that Ropesville storm. You're getting real-time information. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Are you going to look for a Wedgeville? Is there a Wedgeville? Wedgeville. Oh, there's Wedgefield. Wedgewood. Yeah, Wedgefield is about as close as you can get. There's a Wedgefield in South Carolina. You're definitely asking for it if there's like any type of wedge named city in the middle of like a tornado alley area, though. Towards Greensboro, sure. Yeah, still some severe potential on these storms of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not seeing any strong rotation. Looks like you guys got about 30 minutes before that storm comes through. Go and check back in since we're over here on this storm. Still a little area of rotation. It's still not dying off completely yet. Check back over on this storm. Yeah, still just a bunch of side lobe contamination happening over here, it seems. Still not convinced that's a legitimate signal. Mainly just some gusty winds here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them drop this. They might keep it on just to be safe, though. Wow, look at this storm now. What a view. And thank you, Tammy, for the 5. Thank you so much. Local law enforcement says there's a tornado in Bent County just west of you. I think they're actually saying it's on the ground. Dan, can you check in with that?
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, yeah, baseball sized hail possible. Now near Littlefield. It's traveling down to the south and east towards Littlefield and Anton. And it's going to make another close approach to Lubbock. That's all you heard. Can't no scanners there. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I would think it's more of like a land spouty type deal over there. We don't really have much rotation. Maybe they're just talking about the tornado warning and not actual tornado. I don't know. This view from Storm Media. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, we got caught in that. We had to punch through that hail core.
So sorry about the camera vibrations, guys. I really am. This road is just not smoothly paved at all.
That is just a wild looking storm. Jeez Louise. It looks like an absolute UFO.
Oh my, this is a long one.
Yeah, honestly, this chase has been kind of stupid in some ways. But hey, that was a decent tornado, though. Actually, we drove through the tornadic circulation. Like, literally, I drove through the back side of it. I'm like, gosh, it's a pretty gnarly wind shift. And I turn around, there's a tornado.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I started just bailing east because I was like, I just got to get ahead of it. And then I flew.
Here's view out of Texas. This storm is still super pretty. Also pretty dangerous, but it's a pretty storm down there near Ropesville. I would still be in your safe spots. If we get any tornadoes, I think a lot of them are happening here, like down in this area, not necessarily back up in here. That could be legitimate. This looks like a more legitimate circulation here near 1081, potentially Maybe even a strong tornado trying to develop there. That's some pretty decent velocities there. Let me see what we're looking at. 70. Yeah, I mean, that's a V-rod of about 110 there. Hey, the forecast for Area 51. We're about to get a really good view of this storm. What the heck? Look at this. He has like a camera mount on his roof. That is so smart. Wow. That is so cool. Is it like a Dow radar? Look at that. Look at a Raxpol, I think, out there. Oh, tumbleweeds. Ah. This storm just looks crazy. My goodness. Cannot get over that. I can't get over the way the both of those look. Doppler truck. Yep. Yep. He's doing some Doppler stuff. Yeah, still some broad circulation in this storm near Goodwell. But this storm looks dangerous. Even though, it looks dangerous, but I mean, golf ball sized tail is kind of the weakest this storm's been in a while. I do think a lot of these tornado warnings, that one just expired. This one just expired. So both of these tornado warnings in Colorado are going to be allowed to expire. But over here in Lamar, you do have a storm coming. Not severe yet. When the spotters just drove past them, really? It's funny. I guess if you hear any spotters talk about the Dow on wheels or the Doppler on wheels, then you know they're near Zach. Man, look at this view. Dude, this storm is crazy looking. That is awesome. I would cut off like a portion of one of my fingers to view this. I could just be teleported there right now. A small portion, not a big one. That is just a view you don't get to see that often. Imagine seeing that in real life. Doesn't look real, right?
Just want to make sure we can beat the Conga.
I mean, that'd be ideal, but I could wait till Groover, but then I have to.
Yeah, I need to go storm chasing. I tried asking Storm Winter Media if they had any extra seats, but they said no. I don't know if I trust my car to go storm chasing. I need to get new front tires. Just telepathically teleport there? You're right. I forgot that's a real thing. Let me do that. See y'all later. Wow. Look at that thing. That is a beautiful looking storm. My goodness. So jelly. I am jelly too. I'm a jelly man. Yeah, the storm still is trying to latch on to both of these outflow boundaries, but kind of looks like it's getting a little elevated. Let me put this in motion and see which way this is going. It's still pretty close. It's still trying to ride that outflow boundary. I wouldn't rule it out trying again. And over here near Littlefield, baseball-sized hail is still still about to come into y'all there. What's going on with this? Okay. Thought it was frozen. Guess he said it was just rotation, no actual NATO. Oh, okay. One person subbed. I know. It's been like 30 minutes. I hate staring at that dang tank. Just for it's like I don't look at the viewer count like at all usually during the stream, but then having the sub thing there gives me like an indication that like the viewer count is low because I know. I just don't like. It's not like I care, but I just hate being reminded of that. Never feels good. I should change my channel name to Nothing Burger. What do you think about that? We could do a fund here for you to rent a vehicle to storm chase in and go live. Do I have like mobile live gear? No. No, that's expensive, man. Second channel name. Yeah. It's not bad. Baseball sized hail apparently being reported in Wolford, Texas, according to scanners. Thank you, Dan, for letting us know. This is what the storm looked like earlier from that other chaser's perspective that I was talking about when it dropped that first NATO. This is obviously like just 10 times better view. I have no idea how he did this. But his color palette on his camera is just chef's kiss.
My concern is beating this hail to a better option here. We are moving at an average speed of 29 miles per hour back here. Oh, Lord.
Fried burger with a side of chaz. New channel. Yeah, boy. And I just don't like looking at it. That's all I'm saying. I don't like it. But there's supposed to be some sort of psychological principle behind having a sub number up there. So we got to give our channel any advantages that we can. Just got to learn to ignore it. Yeah. Some really doesn't have a whole lot of rotation. It's kind of, even though it looks crazy, like from in person, like on radar, really doesn't have too much rotation right now. Man. That still looks nuts. That storm looks huge, man. It's crazy to me that it only has golf ball sized hail and it can look like that. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this right here is like the main concern I think with this storm. It's way back in here, which is so odd. I think we have like two little supercells. I think we got one back here and then kind of an outflow dominant one out ahead of it. And somehow, some way, this one is still maintaining its circulation. It wouldn't surprise me if that was a NATO on the ground. We just don't have any visual on it. Check North Carolina again. Yeah, we can. Yeah, over here near North Carolina, near Greensboro. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's just about to come into Greensboro, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes there. Over here near Durham, also have some stronger winds heading down to the south, just to the about to come into just to the north of Durham. Over here near Tennessee, still have some severe weather out here. Storms are still trying to rotate, but they're just not being very successful, thankfully, in tightening that up. And then another one back over here near Etheridge has 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and technically a tornado possible tag on it. Not very strong rotation, though, at the moment. Where's the tornado in Oklahoma? There is no tornado in Oklahoma. There's a tornado warning. I appreciate that. We do be trying here. On the stream name, make sure you refresh. I changed that a while ago, Corin. What's that in Florence? I've got a little special weather statement out here heading towards Lexington, 30-mile-per-hour winds. That's all good, Corin. There is a NATO warning in Oklahoma, though. It's not a whole lot of convincing rotation. I'm pretty sure that's side lobe there, and then this back over here is probably where our mesocyclone would be, and just not really seeing much rotation on that thing right now. Little update over here for Lamar. Still got some decent winds coming in, but two strongest storms, thankfully, for you there. I'm good at cooking? Yes. I am. Surprisingly. Surprisingly so. I'm okay. I would say I'm good. Every food that I make, I've made for my family and friends. They all seem to like it. So I must be good at a little bit. Please no hail. I don't think there's much hail in your storms. You don't even have a special weather statement, so it should just be rain. But technically, I wouldn't rule out some tiny hail, some teeny tiny.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Looks like they're extending this tornado warning off to the south and east towards Jayton. Mainly for this circulation back here. I still don't think this is legitimate there. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, you can see they extended this to include this rotation here. This just looks like a big old pile of contamination. I don't know, though. That's the thing. I think we got too much contamination there to really know the whole picture. But this circulation back here, I do think that this is definitely the legitimate, pretty decently strong rotation. Still wouldn't rule out that being a tornado on the ground there. What's going on in Ohio? Probably nothing. I know we got little thunderstorms out there. We got a couple little thundies out there over there near Marietta. And that's about it. Also, oh yeah, some more thundies over here near Cincinnati as well. Heading into Blue Ash, Milford, Loveland. Slow-moving thunderstorms. No severe threat on those guys right now. All right, folks, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Give me one moment. And I'm also going to feed Chaz.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
barking at? Can't the storms be over? They can if you close your eyes. Yeah, I see it. And I got a new tornado warning over here for this area, north and west of Groover. Latest scans out of this storm. Looks like it's becoming a little bit elevated. They might not. Extend that. Back over here, north of Lubbock, got this storm still trucking along. Seems like it's going a little bit more east. Still definitely going to be a close call for Lubbock. Then we got this one over here near Jayton. Man, still with some pretty strong rotation. A couple areas of strong rotation in the side of this thing still. It's wild. Thing is just slinging out potential NATOs here. They're south of Spur. How many more storms will we have? I mean, these are it. These are them. We'll go over our latest forecast. All right, here, let's see what we got. We'll do a little refresh. Lubbock is surrounded. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I mean, we'll have these storms for a while. These ones should dissipate by around like 11, but I won't be live that long. And then we got these storms that'll be around for a while. This one is the one that we're dealing with that's further down to the south. So the HRRR is a little bit too far north of this with this. So this one's probably going to go south of Oklahoma City if I had to guess. But I think regardless, there is a strong wind threat and potential QLCS tornado threat throughout the night into the early morning hours, kind of like what we experienced yesterday or this morning. And that'll move into Arkansas and then eventually back over into Mississippi, Alabama there with a damaging wind threat. So they did allow that tornado warning to expire south of Lubbock. I should appear on the Stormfront Network. Yeah, I rated them once, and apparently my viewers didn't like them. They're a little bit over the top. Every little thing they're saying, huge, massive, kind of annoying. But I like Brady, but he's just, I don't know. I like him in. I'm like his personality, like in general, is pretty cool, but he just throws a lot of weird words out there on storms that really shouldn't have those words on him. So I don't know if he does that just because he feels like he has to, but I mean, he feels like he's genuine and a good guy. So I'd be down, but apparently my audience does not like it. Those guys, they're like the anti-Evan. Yeah. Appreciate that $10, Greg. I do appreciate that. Mm-hmm. All right. Latest scan on this storm. Still some pretty decent rotation. It's kind of interesting how long that rotation has been lasting for. Actually, looks like that first one's actually in the process of dying, and we've got a new one. back over here. Another area with some potentially stronger rotation in between 208 and 2320. Heading pretty close to Jayton, Texas still. Still want Jayton to be in your safe spots. That's still a pretty serious storm there. Maybe it's the gray background. What? Why do you have a crown? No one knows, Lauren. I still don't understand how that works. I really don't think you've been chatting that much. I don't know. Had a friend on a live last night. She handled it great. Nice. Greensboro. I mean, if I check Greensboro, I'm going to check with the closest radar. I'm not going to, if it's, and the closest radar is near Clayton. So, yeah, I mean, there's no strong rotation on this storm. Again, just some wind, 60 mile per hour winds coming your way. No tornado threat. You guys are going to be fine. Trust me. I understand you're nervous, but I can tell you, you're going to be fine. Just be inside. You're pretty chatty. Yeah. You're talking about the lower viewer counts? Oh, well, there's nothing we can do about that. These storms are in a very unpopulated area, and you have, you know, the big two probably live right now, if I had to guess. And there's like literally after they go live, YouTube just they don't serve out any other impressions. So we end up just with our base audience, and that's it. We can't reach anybody else new. So I've been thinking for a while on how to, you know, counteract that, but I just don't. I don't know. Because once they go live, it's just my channel just tanks in viewership every single time. And it always ends up, you know, around that 400 to 500 point area. Yeah, that's why it's low. It's because the big two are live and they just eat up all the impressions. There's nothing I can do about it. Man, still some pretty strong rotation back over here south of 208. It's like your hat. Thank you. It's got some sweat stains on it. I definitely got to give it a wash. It was super, super duper hot today. Humidity was crazy too, so I was just sweating like crazy. Probably could have collected it. Yeah, bad news. Someone unsubscribed. It's okay. We will survive one unsubscribe. We will not die, I promise. Share the stream with peeps, I know, but I just don't know very many peeps. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't get it either, to be honest. It's so confusing to me because the algorithm is just always confused me because it's like we will get up to like 4,000 viewers and then it does that on the viewership. And then this marks when the big two go live. It's like the channel just does not reach any new people after that. And I'm pretty sure, at least, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's not people leaving to go to their live stream. The best that I understand it is that my live stream gets recommended because there's impressions, there's people looking for stuff, and then everybody, like their channels get recommended more than mine to the point to where my channel's not getting recommended at all. I guess that's how it works. I don't know. But it is weird to me that like I can peak sometimes at like 10,000 viewers, but still end up at 300 sometimes. It just doesn't make any sense. You'd think it'd be like more of a middle ground, but they have a powerful impact on the algorithm, and it's like it's nearly impossible to figure out how to get around it. I think about it sometimes, but I never figure it out. And because they both have 1 million subscribers plus. I mean, Ryan Hall's almost 3 million. Max has 1 million, right? And so when they go live, like YouTube just like recommends their channels like crazy because they get like 10,000 people jump in there immediately. And so that has a significant impact on the algorithm. And I haven't figured out a way to get around it, obviously. I can get some viewers every now and then if they're not live, but beyond that, I have no idea how to keep that, to stop that from going down. It's a mystery. I keep thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. So we'll see. Maybe I'll think of some genius idea, but I don't think so. Yeah, Tammy, that's because like you're like, you probably watched this channel a couple of times. Like I still get recommended to my viewers, like my core viewership, the people that like watch my channel a lot, but like to being recommended to anybody else, it just stops after they go live, which I honestly think it's unfair. And it's not like Max's or Ryan's fault. It's YouTube. And I just don't understand why. Because like it's even worse. Like you think it's bad for my channel. Think if you're like a channel that's, in like 4th or 5th place, you're probably only getting like 20 viewers. It's like, how will they ever grow and maybe make, a name for themselves? If, Ryan and Max is always live and I'm always live, it's like, geez, they're never going to be able to get, a foot in the door. So I don't know. It's a mystery. All right, latest scan on our northern storm. I mean, I'm still not seeing much indications that this is tornadic here. I mean, I've been looking at our storm chasers. I mean, the storms just kind of look like this for a while. There hasn't been any strong areas of rotation. Oh, that's why it's looked like that for a while, because their thing was frozen. Okay, there we go. Still kind of looks the same. Just leave to go to sleep. No, that's not it. No, it's hard to explain. Let me think of a metaphor for it. At least in the way that I understand it. All right. So let's say, I go live, right? And I'm the only building. I'm the only building with burgers, right? And let's say, this is like a 3D cross section. And then you can see in here, you got like, let's say you have, so I'm the only person with burgers in town, or I'm the only person live. And so everybody starts streaming in because they all want burgers, or they all want weather coverage. And eventually there's like 4,000 people here, right? And then you have 2 way bigger burger shops right next door, like McDonald's and like Burger King, right? And so everybody starts going to here, but there's still 4,000 people eating burgers inside of this establishment, right? But if you don't get any new people coming in to eat burgers, slowly but surely, people start leaving. And that's where the number drops naturally. That's what happens, is that no more people are coming in to see burgers anymore. And then they're finishing their burgers, or the coverage or the storms have moved past their area, and no new people are showing up are coming in to eat burgers, because everybody is now going to McDonald's and Burger King. That's the best way to think about it. That's the way that I understand it. I don't know if that's accurate. I hope it is. Latest scan over here, north of 2320, still an area of some rotation there. But as you can see, it is quite confusing. understand the algorithm. Now you're hungry. I'm hungry too. I am waiting for these tornado warnings to expire so I can go end my stream and eat some dinner. Because we don't have Connor to save us today. We don't have Connor to save us. Where's Connor? I get to be live for the whole time. And I'm getting angry. What state do I live? I live in northern Alabama. I don't think Focus or Forecast Fusion is looking at anything but the subscriber count. Every time it changes, they say something. Is that just you, Forecast, that keeps unsubscribing and resubscribing? Stanley Cup final game so I can eat. Is it the Stanley Cup that's playing right now? I think that's what Connor's watching then. Yeah, latest scan. Looks like that rotation has died off. You can chat on the main account. Yeah, what happened to your main account? Yeah, I would say there are ways to hack the algorithm, and maybe that's what we'll start doing because we do have a decent core following. There is ways to hack it, but I don't think that's legal on YouTube. But there are a couple important things. So if you guys want to help this channel grow as much as possible, here are the important things you need to think about. One of the most important things is watch time. So if you are watching this channel and you want to help increase the watch time as much as possible, you need to have the stream on something. You need to have the stream on something that you can just leave on the entire time. Even if you're not watching, have it on somewhere in your house. That'll increase the watch time exponentially. That does help with impressions. Liking the stream, I think helps, but I don't think that helps as much as watch time. I think watch time is like the number one thing because YouTube, they want to make sure that that your channel is watchable. I do think I guess likes help. I don't know. I have no idea. Everybody says they do, but I still haven't seen much evidence of that. South of Goodwill, I still don't really know or have much thoughts on this storm. We're still not really getting a great view at this storm right now. We have just a whole bunch of contamination. As far as I can tell, this right here is our main area of circulation. Right in there. Yeah, purple or pink in the black is hail, yeah. Fell asleep watching? Well, you did good. And if you lay down, well, I appreciate that, Lauren. I'm your sound machine at night. That's great. Do I ever enter any of your guys' dreams? if the you're listening at night when you fall asleep. If I do, I apologize. My dream version that you have dreamed of is not who I am in real life. I can almost assure of you that. Yeah, well, it seems like most people are doing great. But that's the thing, like, it's so confusing. I'll figure it out. The one thing that that irks me that I don't understand are like the streams that go crazy, right? And then just how different it is. when the big two is live. Like, seriously, I can get streams where I get like up to 9,000 concurrent viewers. And then if Ryan goes live, like right when I go live or just right before, it goes up to like 1,000, or like, I think yesterday it went up to like 600. And then just went down from there. Like, I don't get that. That I wish somebody smarter than me could explain it to me so I could understand it better. Because I'm sure I'm missing something. I feel like I understand it pretty well, but I'm probably missing something. Latest scan here, south of Jayton. Still might have a decent little area of rotation there still. I think this still over here might be side load, but that also could be rotation. It's getting a pretty messy picture coming out of the storm, but I still think it's somewhat dangerous. If you live south of Jayton, I'd still be in your safe spot. Jayton, you're good to go, but you still have some very large hail nearby you. I think that's unfair, Sheridan. If you get a donation, you got to thank somebody, no matter what. I get it. They've asked about it a billion times, and I've told them a billion times. I don't know what else to say. It's 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's now in eastern Greenboro, and just be indoors and away from windows, and you'll be fine. I've answered. I've looked over here like a billion times. I can't tell them any more information. I can't say anything that's going to make their anxiety go away. You know, but it's been the same storm. Nothing has changed. Can't do nothing. My hands are tied. It's literally the same storm. It's been that way. Just be indoors and away from windows. Take a deep breath. You will survive, I promise. You're welcome, Jennifer. Yeah, we do stand up for science over here. Science is king. You can't argue with, well, apparently you can argue with telepathy. I still don't get that. I need to do more research on that, apparently, because there's 40% of the people that were watching earlier all think telepathy is real, which is crazy. I legitimately thought I could figure it out when I was younger. I used to sit with like objects on tables and stare at it for like 20 minutes, trying to levitate it. I have tried sending mental messages to Chaz. It does not work. If I look at him and say, sit in my brain, it does not work. "39% were trolling." I don't think they were. I don't think they were trolling. Like, a lot of people were getting like really mad at me for saying that it was not real. We might have lost viewers for life by taking that position. I just don't understand it. Telepathy is not real. You don't have that gift. Stop. I was losing my mind earlier. I mean, there's still some decent rotation here south of Jayton. I still wouldn't rule out a NATO. To be fair, it was 40% of the people who answered the poll. You were here, but did not answer. That is true. I've been thinking about what the average American believes. I choose not to think about that. My chakra is off. I use all my chakra covering severe weather, so I don't have the ability to summon telepathy thoughts. Dude, look at this storm. Is that turning into a dust storm? What's going on over here? Look at the sun. %40 of people believe that the Earth is less than 10,000 years old. There's no way. Do I have anybody in chat that believes the Earth is less than 10,000 years old? If that's true, then somebody in chat believes that. Yep. 4 in 10. Oh, it has to do with Christianity. 4 in 10 Americans believe God created the Earth 10,000 years ago. Oh boy. That's a can of worms. I don't know if I want to open that. I don't think we're going to be opening that one. That's the controversy. We're just gonna leave that one in there. We'll leave that one in the back pocket for later when I feel like losing every single one of my viewers that's a Christian. Earth is 4.5 billion years old. That's what it is, yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued with this storm south of Jayton. Moving towards Aspermont. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Back over here south of Goodwell. Still have this storm going. Broad circulation still. I'm not seeing much on that storm. I've been looking at Storm Hunter Media's feed for quite a while, and I'm still not overly impressed.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Wow, 3-inch hail now on this storm, heading down towards Groover and Spearman. Be surprised are more intelligent than to believe that. Oh no, I'm sure. I mean, but 4 out of 10 Americans, that's a lot of people that do not believe that dinosaurs ever existed. Or do they believe that dinosaurs existed just earlier? Like, how does that work? Do we have anybody that believes that? That, like, can explain the dinosaurs, I guess? I don't know. Like, do they just not believe that dinosaurs exist? Don't go there. Uh-oh. I believe dinosaurs and people were created together. Oh. All right. Yeah. Yep. Why is there only 300 people in here? Because these storms are in the middle of nowhere, and the Yallinator and the max velocities have taken all the impressions. There's nothing I can do about it. We just can't reach new peeps. Not when they're live. It's impossible. Because it's just like there's nobody actually tuning into these storms, like where these tornado warnings are, for information about it on YouTube. So the only people that are tuning in are folks that live in other areas that are looking to see, what are their severe thunderstorms doing, that are actually nearby them, or Trying to see if there's a NATO that's going to happen live. New severe thunderstorm warning back over here near Abernathy, New Deal, Petersburg, and Lorenzo. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. No problem, Joanna. I tried to do my best. I am going to have to eat dinner here shortly, so I'm probably going to end the stream soon. I think I'm going to end it now. So I do appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm going to end the stream here. Again, for most of the people in America, we don't have any tornado threat, like whatsoever. But, you know, in these little sparsely populated areas, we do have some strong storms still. You could live in Tahoka, you could live in Wilson, be in your safe or indoors and away from windows, some golf ball sized hail. This storm over here has been having some rotation, and it's pretty much in the middle of a field right now. It's going to be heading pretty close to Aspermont, though. That rotation will probably go south of Aspermont. Back over here in Oklahoma or in northern Texas, this storm is mainly just a hail threat right now. I haven't seen any tornadic circulations from our storm chasers for a while. They just keep warning it because there's just a whole lot of mess on the velocities. So I'm going to head out for the night. I just don't like going live on types of days like this. It's a lot of work. But, you know, I don't know. We never reach any of these people. Like, we're out over here, and our viewers are asking about North Carolina and Tennessee. You know, but it's just I've never covered these areas. It's just so frustrating. I've never covered these areas and actually reached like someone in a smaller city like this. Like, we're not saving any lives. And it's frustrating, but I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, there's nobody in this chat from Grover and Spearman, Texas. There just isn't. I'm gonna be heading off. I do appreciate you guys tuning in. Have a good rest of your night, and I'll see y'all later. Let me raid somebody. We'll raid somebody. Let's raid Zach. I want to raid Zach. We've never raided Zach before. He's had some really cool views today. He caught that rope tornado. Oh, dang. He doesn't have redirect privileges. That sucks. I guess we're raiding Pagey again then. Is Connor live? No, he's not going to be live. We'll raid Pagey. There we go. Yeah, no problem. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Huge shout out to our mods for keeping the chat awesome. Peace.